The battlefield of Free Fire is evolving once again. OB521 isn't just another update, it's a full-on meta shift. Loadouts redefined, arsenals upgraded, and the rules of revival rewritten. This is the new landscape every FFWS finalist must adapt to, or be left behind. Let's break down the ultimate game changer, Loadout 3.0. The shift from solo gear to team economy is absolute. Enhance Hammer lets you instantly upgrade a teammate's weapon. One red tier gun can determine who wins that early scramble. Tactical Market introduces Bolt Maker zones for smart control, and the Super Leg Pocket combines essential survival items into one resilient tool. The old meta is dead. Coordination is king.
Triple kill.
This meta was practically built for the aggressive, roaming giants. Teams like RRQ and Booyah United thrive on early momentum, and now they have zero excuses. The weapon rack guarantees a gun off the drop, and the Enhance Hammer ensures their first rush hits lethally hard. They will dominate the kill point race, setting the pace for the entire lobby. But the mid-game masters, the teams that are start safe but always ready for combat like Fluxo and R7, get their own safety nets. The Super Revival Point allows for riskier mid-game fights because a revived ally returns with a much better chance to stabilize. They can leverage the gold accumulated from safe rotations into the upgradable arsenal, ensuring their late-game inventory is overwhelmingly superior. Now, let's talk defense. Survival-focused squads like Heavy gain endurance from the Super Leg Pocket and new glue mushrooms that add healing to their fortifications. But there is a massive counter. The new character Nero is the ultimate anti-fortification tool. His skill generates a field that prevents all glue wall placement and drains health inside. This is the new key to breaking up stubborn late-game holds. Survival teams must adapt or they'll be defenseless. In Loadout 3.0, the Team Booster stands out as the most strategic upgrade. It will be a must-have item for all teams. Each Team Booster user can choose up to 3 of 6 buffs, with the first slot being free and the next 2 being unlocked with coins. These buffs can increase healing, movement, or team coordination, making the team economy a key part of mid-game planning and opening up a myriad of new gameplay combinations. Commanding concluding. So who benefits most? While every playstyle gains a new tool, the pure early game consistency provided by the weapon rack and the Enhance Hammer turbocharges the aggressive approach. Our final take? RRQ and Booyah United are best poised to ride this acceleration to the top. They'll dominate early kills, and the new resilience tools will secure their late game push. Get ready for an FFWS Grand Finals where the early birds definitely catch the win. What's your prediction for the FFWS Grand Finals? Let us know in the comments below, and don't miss the action.
Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush style sick of me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now. Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping. And I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. This shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like this shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turned it back on him. Wings on me, I'm higher.
This week, the battlefield was decided in a heartbeat. Champions isn't just about firepower, it's about seizing the moment. Here are your highlights of Week 1. Fluxo stormed through Heavy's defenses with Glue Wall Melter, Freeze Grenade, and eliminated Heavy.
Bob's FD7 backing away. Allen has got the grenade launcher, just needs a good pop here.
Boom! WAG trapped Evos in a room of death, and X-For's perfectly timed M79 blast erased them in an instant. Dudes turned RRQ's house into a horror show for AG, leading a perfectly coordinated assault that ended with his deadly triple kill. Heavy snuffed out E1's fire as Allen's perfectly timed M79 blast wiped them out in one calculated strike.
What a name!
Fluxo deemed Hotshot unworthy, raining Hellfire with the new Bolt Maker to chip away their health and secure a swift team wipe. Here is how the standings look. After another unforgettable Week 1 of FFWS 2025, the race for the crown only grows fiercer. Salute the teams, for they are the architects of history. And next week, new legends awaits.
Here at the Free Fire World Series, doubt doesn't stand a chance, only determination.
Kalau tim saya mungkin underdog sih. Ya kalau di grand final ya kita konsisten lah. Ini tanah Indonesia dan pastinya tim-tim Indonesia termasuk gua sama RRQ pasti bakal juara.
Estamos hartos de ser la sombra de Brasil, ahora somos Latam.
O leste fala sobre legado, mas o oeste escreve história.
พวกเราจะพิสูจน์ตัวเองด้วยผลงานถึงเวลาเอาแชมป์โลกกลับบ้านแล้วครับ
Pressure can crush, pressure can crack, but pressure can also create strength. Only those who persevere can rise to the top.
কিন্তু নিচে থাকার দিন শেষ, এবার ঘুরে দাঁড়ানোর পালা.
This is our story of courage. This is how we crush doubt in the room of pressure.
Got an animal in me. Once you see, you ain't never wanna leave. You think your eyes are fooling you. It's just the way my body moves. I bring the sugar and spice. I got naughty and nice. Get the cinnamon once, promise you want it twice. So come get a taste like dang. Got looks that kill, baby. I'm razor sharp, real soft heart. Light it up, fireworks in the dark. One shot, I'ma get ya. Don't leave, I will let ya. Razor sharp.
In this arena, timing is everything. Move too early and you fall. Move too late, you're dead. With the best timing and strategy, even giants can bleed. Here are your CS highlights of the week. Games King and Joker lived up to their names. The true king and jester of FFWS.
Double kill.
Possible, but it finally falls into the hands of Joker. That's what we were looking for.
Games King, the one true king. He doesn't just play the game, he dictates
Double
it.
kill.
Finishes off that round. Huge plays being made by R7.
Alan blessed by Booyah, the guardian angel turned demon, a heavenly demonic snipe.
Triple kill.
In a single blast, he turned chaos into domination. Pax's meteoric grenade devastated E1.
First blood. Ace.
LBT, the apex predator of the arena. LBT is the lethal beast tyrant.
Looking to do it, and he does it. He's more stays.
Here is how the brackets look after another unforgettable Week 1 of FFWS CS 2025. The fight for the throne never slows, it intensifies. Their names echo through the arena tonight. Comes dawn, new legends will take their shot.
With high hopes and expectations for the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. They carrying the weight of expectations from fans, teammates, regions, and most of all, themselves. Some will rise and crush all doubts against them. Some others, they shake, crumbling under pressure. We'll witness how they face the burden of meeting those expectations through their own eyes.
अलग पाथ क्रिएट हो रहा था तो मनु का एक अलग पाथ क्रिएट हो रहा था कॉमन शाउट के बोला जाना है लास्ट वर्ड ऑन जुड़े वी बिलीव
Ekte chade namte. Awas tolong. Sudah. Angkoi.
Chạy anh em bắn anh em.
Knock. Nice.
WAG and Red Hawks came in with massive support from their fans, but ended the day at the bottom of the standings. For some teams, day one was a harsh reality check. For others, it's just a smooth start beginning of their campaign.
Tá aparecendo vocês? É hora de gravação. Não deixe hesitação. Vai, mal. Amém. Bora. 0, 1, 2, 3, segue o fluxo. Rapaziada, começando um vlog aqui no canal. Bora. Tira. 70. Dentro da bandeira. 70 no outro. Claro comigo, dei 100. Dei um, irmão. 100 no outro, tiro comigo, cara. Só marcando o outro, Joguei no outro também. Bota pra direita, vou voltar.
Brazilian defending champions, Fluxo crushing all doubts against them with a 178 points performance. Fluxo dominated day 2, and now it's up for everyone playing in day 3 to keep up.
We have a gift to you, so it's gonna give you lucky today.
Oh, really?
This is our gift for you. Esse é o nosso presente.
Oh, thank you so much. I hope
You like it?
Of course, I'm gonna like it.
All right.
Say hello. Yeah.
Untuk in-game nanti akan dijelasin sama Lin, jabarin sama Lin di stat.
Wajib, one voice, one volley, Eagles, roll!
มีสกิลอะไร2อ่ะสกิล2อ่ะมีอะไรนี่กูกดอันนี้ได้นะอันนี้ได้นะเข้าใจปะ
Ingat, tidak ada orang yang cuma punya satu tugas. Apa yang terjadi di 3 minggu ini itu juga karena kau. Viva!
Ya udah gua ambil sini aja.
Kita potong-potong gitu.
Lu jagain aja.
Bos, bro.
Tarik kanan, Cok. Kanan naik, Cok.
Fokus Arsenal.
Pas kanan lagi.
Kanan naik. Beda tim.
Kanan banget, 3. Santai, brother.
โดนมาไปเป๊ปโดดมาเจอเลยซ้ายอย่าการโมโหโดนเล่นกับเพื่อนหน่อยแกกูเล่นอยู่นะแกกูเล่นกับพอสิป้ากูช่วยหน่อยช่วยเดี๋ยวโดนแข่งให้กูช่วยได้ไหมช่วยเยี่ยมtiga lagi dit oh belai Sedang.
To their own eyes, we'll see the journey continue. Who will crush doubts and burn bright to the grand finals?
Who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush down, sick of me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how I work. Got it, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'ma count those. Made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. The shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. No, I can go reverse now.
So, where do we start? Well, a lot has happened in FFWS. Unpredictable upsets, unmet expectations, unfinished release.
We have no time to lose.
So, the defending champion Fluxo came to Jakarta with a statement performance, claiming 178 points in the first week and a whopping 34 eliminations from MT7.
Ooh, many teams will try to threaten Fluxo title defense. The question stands, who has the audacity to do that?
I think Movistar R7 Games King is the prime suspect here. Our intel found a very shocking comment from the LATAM Wonder King himself.
Fluxo, ya que en la IDOMA serie no fuera un rival para nosotros, entonces en la FFWS Series Finals Global tampoco será la excepção.
Sobre o Games King e todo o time dele aí da R7, eu acho que eles falam muito e dentro de jogo eles não entregam nada do que eles falam, eles não foram campeões na região deles, eles não têm bala e não têm histórico para falar de nós, eles são famosos star players que só falam e não fazem nada.
Last year, not a single LATAM team made it to the grand finals. Now, they challenge the champions.
Well, the West has certainly met their expectations, but the East, I don't think I could say the same for Booyah nor EVOS.
Despite recruiting Latvia, the Wonder Kid might not be able to help EVOS escape their fate of missing out on grand finals again.
Oh no, Indonesia already has one unlucky team. We do not need another.
What is the possibilities of 4 Vietnam teams qualifying for the grand finals?
Ooh, PE Sports is looking strong, while Gal and Heavy still looks pretty consistent.
PE Sport Mirror is leading the damage charts, and we have 2 MVP Booyahs for Heavy's new recruit, Alan.
Speaking of Alan, I think his ex-team needs to reevaluate their tactics, because WAG is struggling right now.
It's unfortunate for the champions contenders, Thailand, Team Falcons, and Booyah. But our Gamers Global have been crushing all doubts.
I know, right? AG earned a well-deserved Team of the Day on day 1. But despite all the upsets and surprises that is happening in FFWS, that does not change the fate for some teams like Red Hawks, Red Cliffs, Hotshot, and Clear Vision, who are still falling behind in point.
Well, 1 week for them. One last sprint to the grand final.
Now, first, I don't burn out. Crush stop sick of me now. I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. From nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, told you only way is up, I don't go reverse.
¿Qué onda? Soy López de Nova Legion y bienvenidos al Hit to Hit.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Nero đến từ PE Sport. Chào mừng các bạn đến với Hit to Hit.
Pues creo que no hay mucho que decir quién es mejor. Yo creo que obvio que América, porque estamos por arriba de la...
พวกลาแทมอ่ะไม่ได้ตึงหรอกเดี๋ยวผมเล่นให้ดู
Em thấy khi mà ra thế giới thì em nghĩ là không có đội tuyển nào yếu hết.
Lux es el equipo actual campeón del mundo, pero ya creo que pasaron su tiempo y estamos acá para quitarle la corona.
Sempre falam a mesma coisa, mas 2 anos seguidos deu a lógica e vamos fazer acontecer de novo nos cursos.
Eu acho que a região que mais tem que melhorar é a Ásia. Acho que são poucos times assim que dominam e eles têm que focar mais no endgame.
Với sự tham gia của 4 đội Việt Nam trong giải đấu lần này, chúng tôi sẽ chứng minh cho các bạn rằng khu vực Việt Nam không hề yếu.
เฮ้ยพวกเวียดนามอ่ะทำไมตอบสวยจังวะเฮ้ยเราเป็นคนเอเชียนะ
Para todos los equipos asiáticos que quieren aprender cómo se juega de verdad, yo doy clases los jueves, no cobro mucho.
Hello teacher.
Para todos los equipos ahí, pongan las pilas, vamos a salir mucho más agresivos que la primera semana. Y ya, soy López de Nova Legion.
The battlefield of Free Fire is evolving once again. OB521 isn't just another update, it's a full-on meta shift. Loadouts redefined, arsenals upgraded, and the rules of revival rewritten. This is the new landscape every FFWS finalist must adapt to, or be left behind. Let's break down the ultimate game changer, Loadout 3.0. The shift from solo gear to team economy is absolute. Enhance Hammer lets you instantly upgrade a teammate's weapon. One red tier gun can determine who wins that early scramble. Tactical Market introduces Bolt Maker zones for smart control, and the Super Leg Pocket combines essential survival items into one resilient tool. The old meta is dead. Coordination is king.
Triple kill.
This meta was practically built for the aggressive, roaming giants. Teams like RRQ and Booyah United thrive on early momentum, and now they have zero excuses. The weapon rack guarantees a gun off the drop, and the Enhance Hammer ensures their first rush hits lethally hard. They will dominate the kill point race, setting the pace for the entire lobby. But the mid-game masters, the teams that are start safe but always ready for combat like Fluxo and R7, get their own safety nets. The Super Revival Point allows for riskier mid-game fights because a revived ally returns with a much better chance to stabilize. They can leverage the gold accumulated from safe rotations into the upgradable arsenal, ensuring their late-game inventory is overwhelmingly superior. Now, let's talk defense. Survival-focused squads like Heavy gain endurance from the Super Leg Pocket and New Glue Mushrooms that add healing to their fortifications. But there is a massive counter. The new character Nero is the ultimate anti-fortification tool. His skill generates a field that prevents all glue wall placement and drains health inside. This is the new key to breaking up stubborn late-game holds. Survival teams must adapt or they'll be defenseless. In Loadout 3.0, the Team Booster stands out as the most strategic upgrade. It will be a must-have item for all teams. Each Team Booster user can choose up to 3 of 6 buffs, with the first slot being free and the next 2 being unlocked with coins. These buffs can increase healing, movement, or team coordination, making the team economy a key part of mid-game planning and opening up a myriad of new gameplay combinations. Commanding concluding. So who benefits most? While every playstyle gains a new tool, the pure early game consistency provided by the weapon rack and the Enhance Hammer turbocharges the aggressive approach. Our final take? RRQ and Booyah United are best poised to ride this acceleration to the top. They'll dominate early kills, and the new resilience tools will secure their late game push. Get ready for an FFWS Grand Finals where the early birds definitely catch the win. What's your prediction for the FFWS Grand Finals? Let us know in the comments below, and don't miss the action.
Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush styles, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, thumb none but the red and the blues, going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping. And I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. This shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like this shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now I can go reverse now.
This week, the battlefield was decided in a heartbeat. Champions isn't just about firepower, it's about seizing the moment. Here are your highlights of Week 1. Fluxo stormed through Heavy's defenses with Glue Wall Melter, Freeze Grenade, and eliminated Heavy.
Bob's FD7 backing away. Allen has got the grenade launcher, just needs a good pop here.
Boom! WAG trapped Evos in a room of death, and X4's perfectly timed M79 blast erased them in an instant. Dudes turned RRQ's house into a horror show for AG, leading a perfectly coordinated assault that ended with his deadly triple kill. Heavy snuffed out E1's fire as
Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush styles, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how. To the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how. Got it, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher.
With elimination looming and the clock ticking down, teams have their backs against the wall. It's do or die for most of the squads. Let's take a look on all the actions that happened.
Team Falcons might go into a back-to-back. Only one remains. Make that none remains from BRU.
A strong start to the day for the Seafall champions. The Falcons are here to crash the house party they weren't invited to before stealing the show with the first back-to-back Booyah. Evos Divine bagged 19 eliminations in Game 3, farming P Esports and Hotshot for points.
Most of Evos Divine's players just perish to the blue zone.
Before the play zone devours them. In the end, the Booyah goes back into the hand of Thailand.
Thailand #1.
He's gonna be made into a sandwich by the end of this. Lao Ho gun down BRU on the board with their own back-to-back Booyah.
Thailand is taking no prisoners. The first 4 games went to Team Falcons, and Buriram getting consecutive Booyahs. The first time a region gets back-to-back in the FFWS.
18 Deer is still rushing on. Tatsuya in hand, and Mahal beats him to it. There goes RRQ for a back-to-back, and 3 back-to-backs in one day is something else.
RRQ defend their homeland. The King of Kings remind Falcons and Buriram that they are in Indonesia right now. With yet another back-to-back Booyah to end Thailand's winning streak.
Jangan lupa RRQ masih di sini ya.
A day packed with back-to-back domination from Southeast Asia. Buriram United Esports shatters records with an incredible 123 points in a single day. With only 1 day left in the knockout stage, who will rise into the top 12 and who will crumble at the edge of elimination?
Welcome back, survivors! This is the final day of the knockout stage, Free Fire World Series. Alright, this is the final day of the knockout stage, Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025, live from Jakarta, Indonesia.
This is it, the final push before the grand finals. For some, today means momentum, but for others, it is survival.
And that is exactly the theme of today, the last light. Because for a few teams, this really is it. Your last chance to shine before darkness closes in.
For others, it is about form checks and fine-tuning, staying sharp before the big stage.
But for the ones at the edge, it is the age of elimination. No more second chances. Either you make the cut or your journey has to end today.
And to kickstart the last day of the knockout stage, let's check on the team where there are rivals, equals, or stories that are still being written.
Let's start with the classic, East versus West. Indonesia's pride carrying the home crowd's hope, RRQ Kazu, against the reigning world champions from Brazil, chasing history once again, Fluxo.
Then we turn to a new rivalry, LATAM versus Thailand. The rising strong from Latin America, Movistar R7, facing All Gamers Global, representing Thailand, who once defeated them in the Clash Squad Swiss stage.
Up next, looking to redeem their fire, WAG against the MEA representatives who are determined to finish strong, Clear Vision Esports.
Two teams who may be out of contention, but not out of fight. From Pakistan, Hotshot Esports alongside Bangladesh, Redcliffe, both ready to end their journey on their own terms.
A clash at the border of qualification. Vietnam's powerhouse Heavy versus Brazil's E1. Both looking for a strong start today to secure a spot inside the top 12.
And finally, the last battle on the edge, the hometown heroes, Evos Divine, faced off against Nova Legion from LATAM, both tied in points, both clinging to one last spark of hope.
Now the fire is fading and only the strongest spark will survive.
This is the last stand before the grand finals, the final battle for a place among the elite.
This is the last light! Casters, it is time to crush doubts and burn bright. Take it away, good luck!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and today the final 6 games for the 12 remaining teams who will be playing, determining who would fall off the edge of elimination. This is the final push for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Global Finals 2025 Battle Royale Knockout Stage. On the desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia with my nephew, Husky.
Thank you very much, Uncle Neptune, because I'm super excited. We have 6 more rounds, and unfortunately, today is officially the day that we bid goodbye to 6 contenders. As we get ready for the grand finals at the Indonesia Arena, it's going to be a lot of exciting games up ahead. Group A are already done for the knockout stage, so they can only sit and watch as Group B and C play the final rounds and see who bids goodbye by the end of this.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a good point from Yunsul as well as Conchita Caroline, wherein they pointed out those rivalries that we will be looking out for. And another team, or one set rather, that I'm looking forward to is Evil's Divine going against Nova Legion. And it was pointed out as well that they are currently tied in terms of their scores, and let's see who will be beating who once the battle begins. In a bit, we're going to see how the matches has ended from yesterday and how it resulted into the scores that has been gathered by the teams. And let's take a look at that right now, Husky.
Yeah, we did have 3 double Booyahs yesterday: Falcons, BRU, and also RRQ Kazu. And RRQ Kazu will be playing today, right? BRU, they are smack dab at the top. They are 100% qualified alongside Team Solid, who have basically crossed the threshold that we talked about yesterday. But when we look down at the second half of the standings, that's where things get a bit dicey. Nova Legion and Evil's Divine are tied up in points, with Nova Legion winning out in terms of tiebreaker because of that Booyah they got. But today is all about making it to top 12, and there's a clear line drawn in the sand, and that is GOW, who is sitting at 238 points in 8th spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is something that GOW needs to worry about because they won't be playing, and a lot of teams will be chasing for those points. And if anyone will be able to beat them, it might be GOW being pushed out of contention for the grand final. So let's see though who will be popping up, because there is a few teams that is in contention that will be able to do it based on the average of their day. But let's take a look onto the game schedule for today. We're going to start it off in Limbo, Purgatory, game number 1, followed by Alpine, Nextera, Bermuda, Kalahari, and ending in Solara.
The complete opposite of what we saw yesterday, where we had to start with Solara and then we end with Purgatory. But today we kind of flipped the script, right? But I think the crux is so still the same. We put these teams in quite a roller coaster ride. You play open maps, and then we kind of cram them into tight spaces and see how they play around it. Purgatory was quite a challenge for teams that aren't really used to rotations, and teams that usually rotate late struggle when they cannot get the timing right. Now we see if they have adapted to it after playing Purgatory yesterday.
Yeah, let's see though if that change in terms of order for the maps would also change their approach for this day, because again, some teams or a lot of teams will be chasing for that top 12, and everyone from this specific group of Group B and C would be moving along with this unless they don't make any point for any of those games. And I did point it out that the group would be playing, or the teams that will be playing, is coming from Group B and C. And here are the teams that is involved in today's battle. We have Clear Vision, we have Evil's Divine, Hot Shots, Nova Legion, Redcliffe, RRQ Kazu, Team Fluxo, Movistar R7, Heavy, AG Global, E1 Sports, and WAG.
Some of these teams have locked in their slots in top 12. Some of these teams have officially been eliminated from contention, but they still have a chance to really shake up the standings and make life hard for everyone else. And we've seen teams like Redcliffe, the Nova Legion, I think even Hotshot yesterday showed us some great flashes of brilliance. Hotshot taking down BRU in a fair 4v4. Redcliffe stopping PE Sports and Evil's Divine in the tracks in earlier rounds, and I now look forward to see them do that again today, especially when you have some teams like Evil's and Nova Legion who want to make top 12.
Yeah, let's see though who will be playing into this game. And Little Bird did tell us that some would be taking it easy right now, or I don't know if that's taking it easy or probably just a different approach. But as we look into Clear Vision, the team that really needs a lot in terms of performing for today. The same goes with EVOS Divine. I mean, being in the hometown, playing, we're not seeing that energy coming from Indonesia just yet being gathered by this team. But we also have Hotshots and Nova Legion and this mix. So Nova Legion, EVOS Divine, once again tied, and they're still duking it out.
Yeah, and it's pretty rare to see only two Indonesian teams in the knockout stage. We saw EVOS Divine, and now the other one is RQ Kazu, who are leaps and bounds ahead in terms of performance so far based on the numbers. But we also talk about how Redcliffe from Bangladesh has been showing us some glimpses of brilliance, right? They have some very good concepts. They just need to kind of polish a little bit. But then you have the giants from Brazil and Mexico, Fluxo and Movie Star R7, who have in their own way brought the flavor. Aggressive play from R7, very tactical play from Fluxo, and they have both worked out in Battle Royale.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they do have the prestige. They have gunned down the giants from Southeast Asia as well. Speaking of Southeast Asia, we have 3 in this lineup right now. We have Heavy, AG Global, and WAG joining them on Sports. And I really love how these teams have progressed apart, except for WAG, because it seems like they are having trouble. I mean, they are one of, I would say, the famous team in Vietnam, and how they're looking at for the first few days, especially for the first week of the knockout stage, is really dim. It is not what we expect from WAG, but it's a good thing that the other team from Vietnam has moved up already. So there you have it, the teams and the players were getting ready at this point to start off the final day of the knockout stage.
And all bets are off, right? This is full-on tension. You can camera on EVOS Divine, who really need to make these final 6 rounds count. They have already completed phase 1. We talked about it yesterday. The benchmark that they need to clear, an average of 75 points will put them in the bare minimum, but 80 and above points will be a comfort zone, and they scored a flat 80. So today, it doesn't get any easier, but at least it puts them on par with Nova Legion, and all they need is to either exceed Nova Legion in points, and on top of that, if they can get a Booyah or 2, that would at least make them safe when a tiebreaker does happen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at the numbers, the averages of each team, it seems like EVOS Divine, Nova Legion rather, has a better average. But that pop-off from yesterday really was the game changer for EVOS Divine at this point. Not for sure if this is part of their script or there's really some struggle, especially as this is the first global finals for the Wonder Kid, and for some other teams, they will be coming here just ready, prepared for whatever they saw when they were champions in EWC.
Pretty crazy thought now that you say it out loud, right? The first global finals for Russia, but the actual first finals was at the EWC 2025.
Yeah.
We have our predictions on the screen. Some shared teams, RQ Kazu being the common denominator, but everything else is slightly different. I'm looking at Fluxo and AG Global to really put up a show like they have in the knockout stage, and you have Movie Star R7 and Heavy.
Yeah, Movistar R7, I mean, they are a threat to a lot of Southeast Asia, and there's a lot of Southeast Asian teams right here, and that's one thing that I'm looking forward to. Movistar R7 not only will show for today, but also on the grand finals if and when they qualify. And for Heavy, I mean, coming from Southeast Asia Fall, they've shown up a different brilliance in their gameplay, and I'm loving it right now. So hopefully they will be showing it right now, though they're not that much in trouble, but they're also very close to that 12th spot. So this is what they need right now, be able to move up even higher from those who are trying to chase them.
And again, Fluxo, now that they're back in the arena with AG Global, it is going to put some of our theories from yesterday to the test. We kind of posed the question of whether yesterday's slugfest is going to repeat today, right? When you have teams in the same circle, like halfway through the game, then we get like 5-6 teams duking it out. Let's see, when we have aggressive teams like AGAL and Fluxo in the lobby, is that going to still be the case, or will teams slow down a bit?
Yeah, let's see if they will slow down. And right now we're going to go in for a room of pressure and find out what two teams in contention have to say about each other and themselves, because this is one thing that we're looking forward to see. So let's bring it on.
For some, the war needs to continue. For others, it could be the last chance to burn bright.
Porque venimos muy confiados, venimos de salir campeones de Latinoamérica y sabemos que tenemos para dar mucho más.
Sigan comentando, hater, le vamos a caer la boca.
Hari terakhir, kesempatan terakhir, ini saatnya kita membuktikan. Kita bakal perbaikin semuanya. Kita ingin kita lebih maju dan improve.
Two of the fiercest teams in the tournament, striving to end the knockout stage with a bang.
Two teams, same points, one goal, and that is to enter top 12. Evo's Divine and Nova Legion are on the same path, and poetically enough, they are also sitting in the same column on the stage with Nova Legion right behind them. And this is going to be crunch time. The only tiebreaker difference is that Nova Legion have a Booyah and Evo's Divine have not achieved any. But we did talk about this before the show, Neptune. We were talking about numbers, and you said that on average, points acquisition, Evo's Divine have a pretty good chance of making top 12.
Yeah, I mean, they have a good chance of making top 12. We've seen them not only in this, but also in the previous competition. It's just that it was slow from the early part. So hopefully this is where they pop off. And yesterday was just the starter, the fire starter for Evo's Divine. Because, we know that this is the target for the team to be able to go in and qualify and get as much point as possible. But, well, we'll have to see. But right now, for both of the teams that we just pointed out, the goal is to take down Go. Or Cow at this point. 238 points or 239 is what they need to achieve right now. Be able to take down a team that is patiently waiting and praying to not be relegated away from the grand finals.
63 points is the bare minimum. 64 is security, and this is what these two teams are looking for. I mean, there is a chance. There is a chance that after the final 6 rounds that both of them qualify and knock GOW out of contention, and that would be a permutation that we can look forward to as well. But again, that one a lot more circumstantial, a lot more situational, depending on how these teams perform in the opening 2-3 rounds of the final day. But aside from that, at least one of them, I guess based on calculations, should be able to make it through.
Now, let's see though if that is something that they can follow, or probably they have different thing in mind. But well, for both teams, I'm looking forward to them really perform. For RRQ, they're not really stressed at all. They are safe, I believe, based on how they perform, especially for double Booyah from yesterday. So I love what it is, what we have right now. But there we have it, Husky. I think this is on. Neither heaven or hell will be saving a team who will be dropping off the edge of elimination as we jump into Purgatory.
Round number 1 out of the final 6 rounds is underway. And no better way to throw these teams into the deep end by starting on Purgatory. We also kind of went through kind of the drop zones and how the teams would want to approach this kind of map. At least from yesterday, a lot of teams are a lot safer in terms of their, I think, rotation in the early few games. They go for very hard reads. But I am looking to see if anyone is going to switch it up a little bit, right? We know that Evo's Divine loves to go Brasilia. They usually stay in the center, the big island. RQ Kazu on Central is a given. Hotshot also loves that lumber mill, but because this lobby doesn't have Team Falcons in it, there's a lot more space on the southern side of the map this time.
Yeah, I mean, compared to what we've seen yesterday, the southern part is where everyone has been clumping in together. So let's see, though. We have RRQ right now already up, and a little bit of insight for RRQ for 18 Deer. He has averaged 3.7 per game, and despite only playing 3 games, he did more and helped the team grab 2 Booyahs. But speaking of more, seems like Fluxo has more to worry about. Hope right now, well, not the only hope, but one of the hope for Redcliffe to be able to get elimination, but unfortunately unable to confirm. And there goes Pops, the support of the team, not only taking down Hope, but also picking up Butsin.
Thankfully, there is backup in, because if Butsin goes down, that would be quite a start for Fluxo, who loves to play on the edges of the map, like the early drop zones in the more classical maps like Purgatory and Bermuda have been focused around just starting off safe. In this case, we see Prox and Mount Villa, but they like to make those circle 3, circle 4 rotations. And we've seen teams like AGAL put that to a stop, at least at EWC, and AGAL also coincidentally are in this lobby. So there is a chance that similar situation might happen. It's also worth pointing out that Prox is starting for the team instead of GU this time.
Yeah, I mean, Prox right now, well, almost being taken down by Rex, but I love how Prox uses skill to be able to prevent Rex on putting up a glue wall. Now, let's see if that is something that they can repeat and probably take a few players more from Redcliffe. But for Hotshots, another team that is at bottom of our leaderboards, being taken down by Nova Legion, and this is what they need to get away from that tie between them and Evo's Divine. Hazu right now moving away from the rest of the team just to make sure that they will not be hit by any of those throwables and preparing their own Glue Wall Melter. A little bit off, but there goes the rest, and here comes Cluso, Floki, as well as Sivas for the push.
Oh, Hana turns into Wukong, turns into a patch of bush. It still ends up going down, but was able to buy a bit of time action though on Sadly, getting blasted by Lopez. So this should be it for Hotshot, the first team to get wiped out. Nova Legion loves these openings, but Evo's Divine, they will have to work a bit harder now that their direct competitor has gotten a 4-point head start.
Yeah, I mean, one team out, and their Flames has gone out. Now, let's see for the rest of the teams where they are heading. Speaking of Evo's Divine, Rasia being taken down by Movistar R7. They're not out of the game just yet. Only one elimination from R7, but the rest of the teams there is in the horizon. And as you can see in the map as well, they are backing away. Now, looking at the trajectory of the launch pad, it seems like they are going in probably from the gunshots coming from WHGs trying to shoot down Evo's Divine, or just to beat Evos on that approach if they're trying to head into a vending machine. But no, the alternative would be to move away, get to the river, probably cross this, and find a different spot to revive Rasia.
They want to go for the hard read. They could go for the Rimnam village take. Circle is going down south, which seems to be the case right now, looking at the trajectory. Quickly gets rid of hacks. WAG was a team that I feel like there were a lot of hopes coming into Global Finals from the fall season, but sadly hasn't really delivered on that. They have a chance to make it the top 12, but they can still make a difference in this final day. We saw EVOS losing 2 members to WAG, and R7 also decided that WAG is a threat. PLS1 is out.
Cedo, I mean, PLS1 out, and they will need to revive him. Now, in a bit, we're going to see Clear Vision, who is currently chasing R7 through the lightning zone. And let's see if they'll be able to get away, probably get elimination. But unknown to Clear Vision, there's a few players from behind that might be able to go in for the backstab. Turbo and Games King. There goes a U-turn. Probe for the shot, but unfortunately doesn't make or doesn't land any of those. Now, they have the high ground, good vision, Clear Vision against R7, as well as the binocular being used, spotting how many is in the area, but I don't think they will be pushing carelessly. They need to be careful right now. In spite of them having trouble to get into the top 12, they still are a threat for those trying to chase for points.
Take your eyes off of some of these players out there, these teams that is regarded as not being a contender. That's where mistakes usually happen. Right now for Clear Vision, they wanted to make a rotation, but sadly it was held back by R7. It could be their undoing, and it could be the good news for R7 to take a couple of points for themselves. Sharon has Game Kings pinned down. WAG against Evo's Divine continues to unfold off screen too. X4 against Kochu will be there 1v1. Ray comes in to try and provide backup. X4 holding on his well pretty well. Kochu now in a 1v1, trapped in the glue wall. The Sephi is deployed and ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. T-Quay with a good Winchester, but Ray turns 180 and takes down T-Quay. Evo's Divine is the one that comes out on top.
Yeah, Evo's Divine, well, a potential 3 elimination after those has been confirmed. And, well, let's see though, if they can still hunt for a few more of WAG. Make that one more of WAG. But speaking of hunt, Nova Legion right now, after hunting some of the Tigers, which is Hotshots, now heading to RRQ. Abe and 18 Deer. Now let's see if the Clutch Kid will be able to do it once again. Already under the push, but the glue wall stops him. Connected with that electrotherapy. They seems like a strong duo, but they have to back away. Cluso is down.
The Cassie is the one that went down first. The retire rhythm committed. Lopez doesn't really get the trade in. 18 did it by the doubled up. Then we've been talking about the backup is perfect, and RQ Kazu puts it to work. And unfortunately for Nova Legion, this could be where round 1 ends for the Sabas. Trying to hold back the Kingdom, but they storm through the front doors and Nova Legion out in 11th.
Nova Legion, I mean, despite of them getting the first few points, they will be out of contention and giving way for Evos to be able to get more. And their target would be Movistar R7 Turbo, hitting the Turbo to move away, but no heal is being done. He cannot stop. He tried to get to the tower, but Cold Shield hits him with a Winchester for the win.
That's 4 eliminations, essentially tying them up in terms of points with Nova Legion at this point of time. But the fact that Nova Legion has already been eliminated means that Evos will definitely pull ahead by the end of this round unless they get wiped out right after this. Still, Circle going down south, and that's why we saw Evos. They make that read early on to skirt around the coastline. I thought they would consider a Rimnam Village take, or at least, not Rimnam Village, at least they would consider the Brazilian golf course take. But I think at the end of the day, it's still pretty fine because they did had a very slow start to the round. So gonna take some of their losses, go far away from the stage zone, loot up, and then take a vehicle back.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, they do have vehicle. The target right now for Evos is to get to that vending machine first before anyone from R7 beats them to it and revive 2 of their teammates. But for Fluxo, no worries for them. They usually stay onto the edge. This has been like a consistent tactic. Not only for Fluxo, but also most of the top dogs. They stay in the edge, be quiet, but comparing to some of the days, they've seen some of those teams that they can bring down. So another team that they might have sights on is Red Cliff right now, who will be heading in, probably crossing that bridge, but from behind. It seems like we also have a view of us like WAG and RRQ, but heavy. Staying into the harbor. Let's see if they will be caught off guard by RQ.
And the fishing hut down that low ground usually is quite inconspicuous if teams aren't actively looking for it. And how the circle is, RQ Kazu don't see it as a necessity yet. If it shifts to the northern side and there is a need to potentially cross that river or hold the coastline, and RQ Kazu will have to fight heavy for it. They do find themselves some good loot here, so Deuce gets to do some shopping and making sure that RRQ will be ready for the next encounter. Last we checked on the radar, not much teams are on the southern side of the map for now, so they should be pretty clear cut for some of these rotations.
Let's see though, now Eva's Divine taking and putting in so much damage onto Clear Vision that they couldn't recover. A lot of knockdowns happening already, a lot of red being brought in by Evo's Divine. So I guess this is it. This is where they really farm for points, but Still no one down just yet. There goes the jump and a reversal that has been done. But Rasia saves them by bringing down Zach. But the pickup is also being done. Now, Clear Vision has a clear-cut way to eliminate the entirety, if not most, of Evil's Divine.
That's just not good enough from Evos. Russia bailed them out, but you can't always rely on these kind of maneuvers. I mean, Clear Vision, good on them. The response was very prompt. Two of the members got knocked down. They were able to manage to pick up and instantly stop the aggression from Evos, who probably felt that they could take that fight. Russia almost bailed them out, but without any confirmation, Evos are the one that ended up on the losing end. With only 2 members left alive and 11 minutes in, there really isn't much time for them to pack up and, you know, regain that arsenal for the late game.
Let's see if they'll be able to get a few more looks in there. And once they revive, they will be ending up far away from the couple of players that was left from Evos. Now for Heavy, a jump from Fluxo and a potential backstab. Mufasa got hit. Buddhistin also will be reversed, but they took each other out. There goes 2 players from both sides, and Prox will try with a Charge Buster to charge in, but Mufasa is already up. And Alan trying to go for the push, and Buddhistin for the Valiant Dash, but didn't hit anyone. And Prox going down. Buddhistin would follow, and Heavy is still alive, bringing heavy damage to most of Fluxo.
Now, Bobs did not like that at all. He had that grenade launcher in the hand, but he also took himself out. So it was a net negative trade at the end, with Heavy coming out on top with 3 eliminations, and MT7 being the only survivor in the blue zone. The circle shifting further and further away from him. No vehicles and only a launch pad to work with. It's going to be a Hail Mary attempt. MT7 will have a lot of work ahead of him. Right into the nest of the kingdom. This could be the end for MT7.
Yeah, I mean, he could have chosen to get into that vending machine, but unfortunately, he meets up with a Bice M590. Now, RQ is still focused on some of the teams who are across that river, and there goes the Cryo Mine. A little bit too late, though, to be able to confirm those players from WAG, but valiant effort in using that skill. Now, RQ 5 elimination, they do have a launch pad to play with, but on the other side, we have Clear Vision once again going against Evo's Divine, and Nade hit coming from Eunice. Now, pickup will be done. There goes the Glue UAV. The rest of Evo's Divine seems like faltering is what they will be doing for the rest of game number 1.
Great stuff from Eunice. Kochi was really trying to hold them back while the revives come through. Evos just brought the full team back, and now they're down to 2 again. Good. Getting revived very, very quickly. The rest of RQ can play under the bridge, but not for long. We'll have to make that rotation. AG will see this happening as they are on the high ground. E1 can also contribute to the downfall of RQ. The Skylar Riptide Rhythm making life incredibly complicated. With the glue wall melters on top, Abai will need some help. But Baros did get knocked down. They pick him back up in time. Good time turner to keep it safe and secure as the Riptide Rhythm expires from RQ Kazu. A 4-on-4 is about to break out in the 2.
Yeah, RQ and AG Global. AG, we didn't see so much of them, but 18 Deer has faltered, so their frontliners already down. It seems like a Bay either to decide to go for the pick-up or just back away. Saifa, though, is not stopping and putting so much pressure. A Bay jumps in, but Saifa turns around. That full 180 with a M590 managed to bring him down. But Genoy is down, not really being focused on picking up. And AG Global's 3-player will not be back in play, and it seems like AG Global will be out in 8.
What a call from RQ Kazu. They tell Ma'ao that stop shooting from long range, get in the fight. Ma'ao shows up and instantly just steamrolls through AG Global, and that's one of the qualities we are looking for sniper players to get up close and personal when needed. Games King takes out Probe, Movie Star R7. But to clean out Clear Vision, but Clear Vision have been having a hot day so far, and that flame gets extinguished in the hands of R7. 8 eliminations for them and counting.
Well, feeling the heat, only 6 teams left. Make that 5 teams left after another team has been taken out, and seems like Heavy would be the next in front of E1 Sports, who we haven't seen that much, but we know that they put up so much of pressure from afar. 3 elimination already for them, and hunting for a lion, which is Mufasa, and Mufasa goes down from 59's Drogon, and Kabi will not be that cute anymore at this point when he gets taken down by the full squad of E1 Sports.
About to run into 1v4 with RQ. Basically watching it go down. E1. How heavy. 4 teams remain. Both the Indonesians are still in it. Evo's Divine somehow hung on with just one remaining member and none. He's out. So Evo's ends up getting eliminated in 4th place. So some decent placement points on top of a little bit of scraps of what they've gotten earlier on. But RQ Kazu now is going to start suffering. Bit tonight taking out Dudes. RQ really don't have much space to work with.
Yeah, I mean, there's not so much of cover for them as well. And it seems like it is RRQ who will be able to take down R7. Dude with a god nade for the 3 and flaming glory awaits. Who's going to bring home the trophy? Will it be the East or the West? RRQ or E1? Here comes RRQ, confident that they'll be able to push through, and Lion would be in the front lines, and Dudes and Nade Deer for the push.
And Dudes Clutch Jeans runs out as he eats a nade himself. And RQ Kazu on the last leg, but out in a 1v4, and it's just not winnable. E1 Esports off to a great start with that Booyah.
Yeah, definitely a great start with the Booyah, and that adds up to the one that they already have in this game, and also move themselves a little bit higher into the leaderboard. The team from Brazil, E1 Sport, for the first game of today, and good showing not only for E1 Sport but everyone else, but it's up to how it is going to and it'll show up into the numbers, because we pointed out earlier from before the game started that a lot of teams will be chasing for that threshold, for that cut line of 239, but have they gotten closer to reach that, especially for EVOs and Nova Legion?
I mean, Nova Legion definitely will be slightly behind EVOs, but EVOs didn't make too much of a headway with how that round panned out. It was quite a tough one, but I would say GOW will be sweating after this round 1, right? Barring RRQ Kazu, Rainbow 7, they were 7 points. They needed 8 points to overtake GOW. I'm pretty sure they had that 8 points already. E1 Esports needed 32 points. They just got a Booyah. So one more good round, and GOW is going to be overtaken by 2 teams and be down in the 10th spot. So it's getting a bit dicey, but E1 Esports, they have shown such composure in game 1, and I mean, they truly deserve this win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we didn't see them from most half of that game, and again, that is one of the most tactic coming from the top dogs, and E1 Sports is one of them right now. Now let's take a peek on that Booyah shot. There's already 2 down, 3 down for RRQ, and Maal's the only remaining. Stepping outside of the blue increases the damage he receives and secures E1 for that Booyah. And what an amazing first game right here, Husky, because a lot, especially for those trying to farm points, has managed to do so, but is that enough?
Yeah, I would say that if they keep this up 100%, right, even Evo's Divine yesterday showed us that they can have a slow start, but when round 3-4 rolls around, they start racking up just double-digit eliminations, almost breaking into the 20s in terms of takedowns. So Evo's, not going to count them out just yet, but I would say that E1, Nova Legion, Clear Vision even have shown us a very solid round 1.
Yeah, well, let's see though on what the result of that game is as we take a look onto game standings and who is gathering themselves points to get closer to top 12 by the end of the day. It is RRQ beating E1 Sports after the number of elimination that they have with 15 and 9 replacement, and they are followed by the 21 points that E1 has. Movistar R7, well, following the order that they are 3rd, and after that devastating nade coming from Dudes, they could have gotten a few more. Clear Vision 11 points, Evo's Divine 11 points, very far away from Nova Legion as they break away from that tie.
Very good stuff from these teams. RQ Kazu, no Booyah, no problem. They were incredibly aggressive the entire round. You know, like the difference between Nova Legion and Evo's Divine is now 6 points, so we can keep definitely worth taking note of. But E1, they needed like 36 points. They are so close to it, right? 15 more points and they would overtake GOW. Movistar R7 have already done that. And I'm looking forward to this round too because it's a pretty top-heavy round on Purgatory, even with a ton of knockdowns, but also a ton of revives.
Yeah, well, let's see. And those knockdowns as well as revive. But going back to your point on how much E1 needs to get through to 239, that is approximately, if not exactly, 12 points. Now, let's see though on how it ended up, especially for this God nade coming from RQ. For those who didn't catch it, that nade hit R7, and those who are already damaged received more, and that's where RQ pushed against E1 Sport.
And RQ Kazu, they won that 3v4 with just one good utility. They wanted to push more onto the E1, but sadly E1 were prepared. Still, that was more than enough to put them ahead in terms of just eliminations. I think going into map number 2, there needs to be some adjustments made. I think we are starting to see, at least just based off of game 1, that a lot of these teams, Clear Vision, E1, R7, we say that some of them are aggressive, and they indeed are. Clear Vision in particular are taking fights head on, and they are right on the money with their execution.
Yep, definitely. I mean, they are very great in those execution of those plays. Now, as we go in onto the next game, this is Alpine. But before we head there, let's take a peek on what E1 Sports has brought in to the game. We have A124 coming from Vitin and the Valiant Dash. More of an aggressive push, plus a little bit of defense coming from Leon, as well as Pao in there with that Skylar. And you know how it is, snipers most of the time, and if you can break down those glue walls, can bring in a lot of damage as well as elimination. But comparing the elimination of Vitin is more of a finisher, followed by Leon right here. And look at the damage of Pao 7 there, 2,650, wherein he made of that, most of that from afar.
I think E1 really made good use of how teams are. They felt incentivized to take the initiative, and that's not to say that E1 played very passive this round, but their reactiveness is very much calculated, right? They're punishing RQ for being aggressive, they're punishing R7 for trying to start fights. A lot of the fights that we've seen E1 be involved in is them getting pickoffs without having to be too involved, because the teams are coming towards them, and is making the job of someone like Boom a lot more easier to execute with the Skylar in hand. You want to come in my face, I make sure you have no glue walls, and I don't really have to move too much in my targets. It's coming right in my AWM.
Yeah, well, I need to learn how to pronounce this name right here. But Suzy, Moko, and Maro, mostly a little bit for a support as well as a sniper build. That's Suzy, especially if you have those and get some of the coins even more. When you get those shots and elimination, then you can revive some of the teams that has been taken down if it really needed. But I really love the play that E1 Sports. In a bit, we're going to see how they rotated, because I did mention quite so many times already that we didn't see most of E1 Sports until halfway through. So let's take a peek of the circle analysis to where they dropped until where they landed.
And right off the bat, we did see that a lot of these teams are playing on the outskirts, right? Contrary to yesterday, where they just gone straight for the center of the circle. Look at the amount of teams who decide that we don't want the center of the circle. We want to come in slow. We want to make those late rotation, and then culminating to just a very, very tight, very populated fight towards the very end. And this is sort of what happens when teams decide to play it slow. From the outskirts, they all come in at the same time, and it gets very messy. I think if this continues, and we stray away from yesterday's meta of sort, then I think teams would definitely feel the pinch when they need points in that league game, because a third party will happen a lot more often.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if it comes to big maps, that mostly happen. A lot of teams gathering towards, what, 4th, 5th circle. But speaking of 5th circle, looking at E1 Sports, elimination started from the 5th circle and then continued on until that final. But for RRQ, it did point out that they always, even from yesterday, they always head into the south of Circle 3, Circle 4, and that might be something that they need to move away from. Otherwise, they might be caught off guard or even hunted by teams who know their rotation already.
I think I have to really give a lot of praise to EVOS Divine for being able to hold on for so long, even though that the mid game was very, very rough for them. But even like for Heavy, right, they also put up a pretty good fight. I think Fluxo got off to a rocky start, but was able to recover pretty quickly. See, I mean, map 2, if this trend is going to continue because we're moving into more tighter playing space. I think for EVOS, they have stuck to kind of their guns of we are going to try to hunt down teams for early points, and if it doesn't go well, we're going to try and bail. But we did see moments where they were relying on the Wonder Kid to bail them out, and that's something that could be a double-edged sword. Hopefully, EVOS looks at that as a last resort, as instead of an alternative to win fights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you did mention about Russia doing the more of the work, and the rest of the teams are following. And it's something that we pointed out from before, but hopefully in Alpine that would change. Because look at the numbers for EVOS Divine. They have a total of 20 points in this map. 10 from placement, 10 from elimination, and they managed to play this map 3 times already. So it's not looking good in terms of averages, but if they can change it similar to what we've seen yesterday and even for today, then they might be able to do even more. But that would depend on who will be backing up Russia or who will be leading the charge instead of just relying on the Wonder Kid.
I think on Alpine is also the powerhouses are not in the server today, right? Yesterday when we looked at Alpine, that was where BRU got their Booyah, and they were crushing it in that late game. That could be a factor also, you know, EVOS feeling a lot, that might help EVOS feel slightly more comfortable, but for a team that has the momentum, it's definitely E1 Esports. We even saw them in Clash Squad, even though they eventually went down to Movie Star R7 in the contention to get into top 4. We also see that this team is pretty resilient. Like, they recover well when put behind, and we saw that translation going into Battle Royale.
Well, let's see though if that would continue on at this point. But you did mention about powerhouses. Now Alpine, well, we don't have BRU, we don't have teams like GOW who did well in this map, but Fluxo is second when it comes to numbers in this specific map. I mean, 37 elimination, 61 in total points, and the team that follows them would be RRQ as well as Rainbow 7. So 3 of which has grabbed Booyah already when Group B and C is involved. So let's see if that's something that they would change. And this is where those drop spot would be important, because from what we've seen yesterday, or from the previous week rather, when some of the top dogs coming from Group B or C are involved with, like in Alpine, like Booyah United, let's point out Booyah United, they go into Snowfall and then they move away quickly because they don't want to be caught off guard, especially for those hunting them. So hunting would be the theme of the day right now. Yes, I know that it has been pointed out that this is the last light, but for some, this is where that last light would be stuffed out.
5 more rounds to go. Fluxo still, I think, feeling pretty good. I mean, Fluxo, I mean, it's such a safe spot. I don't think they will be too worried about, you know, about today's matches. Although you still want to put up a good show, especially when this is the one of the stronger maps, the stronghold, as you say, second, right, in terms of overall standings. But we do have something that is also worth pointing out, because early on we said that there are only 2 Indonesian teams remaining in the knockout stage, which is RRQ and EVOS. And you know, EVOS, they want to make top 12, and they could use a bit of help from their compadres, which is RRQ Kazu. In the previous round, RRQ Kazu were the one who wiped out Nova Legion and helped EVOS, you know, get ahead of the curve a little bit. And we'll see if that trend continues.
Yeah, well, it seems like it would continue if Nova Legion gets in the way of either RRQ and EVO. So this is a turn of events from yesterday's result, wherein RRQ are the ones bringing EVOs down. Now they are hand in hand. Well, technically not in game because they don't really know where everyone is. They don't even see all those players, all those team logo in game. But let's see though if this is something that Nova Legion can get away from and probably continue the chase between them and the White Tigers.
FFWS has really subverted some of the expectations. I think coming into the global finals, I had some doubts on the FFWS because of, I think this year has been quite a rocky one. They win the local league, but when it comes to the international stage, one of their struggles, at least for the past year, was the slow play style were punished by the aggressive approaches. But the current meta does make it a lot more manageable. So FFWS has been able to really make use of that advantage. But again, Nova Legion and EVO's Divine are the spotlights for today. And let's see their stats in comparison. Nova Legion's slightly more elimination, 6 extra compared to EVO's Divine, a whole lot more assists. But in terms of knockdowns and damage dealt, it's EVO's Divine who have a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I would say knockdown damage, that's good, that's great. But confirmation, those elimination is what really matters because it adds up to that number. And yes, pressure will be brought in if in case you can bring in that damage, you can bring in those knockdowns. But if you cannot get those confirmation, if you cannot add any numbers to the board, then it doesn't do anything. So at this point in comparison, it's Nova Legion in the lead, but based on the points that we've seen earlier, starting the day with the tied score and EVO's Divine surviving a little bit longer, it seems like that scale is slowly tipping towards EVO's Divine, but can be changed by Nova Legion in a bit.
Pretty close average. Nova Legion has also been quite a surprising team. It's been a delight to watch them playing, honestly. We didn't expect it to be this close. At least I didn't expect it to be such a close one between these two teams. I think what sets them apart is Nova Legion has slightly lesser reliance on having big clutch factors, right? We're not seeing the mirrors of, oh, we need Rushdown from EVO's Divine to bail us out when things get tough. For Nova Legion, it's a lot more clear cut. They don't really need to fall back to drastic measures to win.
Yeah, I mean, the chemistry of this and also the effort is coming from everyone from the team. But a little bit of my own fun fact right now, it is EVO's Divine who has taken down Nova Legion twice compared to Nova Legion being a victim to EVO Divine only once. But enough of talk. Seems like we are ready right now. The next map is set. It's not cold, it's heated. Despite of how chill Mr. Walker is, the battle will be on fire. So let's bring it on and get the game into Alpine.
Again, the last stretch of this race. Round 2 out of 6 for the knockout stage on at least day 3. Some teams have definitely risen to the occasion while others are still finding their strides. But for EVO's and Nova Legion, they know that the microscope is on them. Now we see the drop spot. Again, big powerhouses are, some of the powerhouses are not in this game, so certain areas are freed up. Snowfall will be where R7 makes their nest earlier on. AG splitting up a little bit on the southern side. We see E1 and EVO's Divine, who also decides to take the western side of the map, whereas Nova Legion smack dab in the middle at base camp, and that's where Hotshot is. They might be on the hunt just to get the extra points that they need, like round 1.
If I'm not mistaken, this is twice that Hotshot's being hunted by Nova Legion already. I mean, the first few points would be beneficial for Nova Legion. Now, let's see though if Hotshot will be able to fight back compared to a little bit. Similar to what we've seen earlier. Good position from Sebas, getting high ground. There goes the back up onto Leo, and 3-4-1 on the push, and Leo is still up. And final with Kingfisher, with an MP5, he managed to go in for a knockdown. Though Sebas and Lopez as well will be on the ground. Stomachs would be aching at this point unless the pickup has been done.
And this might really backfire for Nova Legion. They hunt for a hot shot, but they also brought in Fluxo. And Nova Legion, this is not how you want to go out. Bob's on the hunt against Fluxo. And Butcherson comes in behind. Nova Legion ends up losing that trade that they themselves started. And Bob's has already done more than 1,000 damage.
Yeah, well, good story for that for Noble Legion is they're not out of the game yet, and plenty of time to loot up and prepare for the next. But for Hotshots, though, they are still in the area with Team Fluxo. And for Prox on the other side, hunting for Sivaz. They are relentless. And let's see if Prox will be able to take down Sivaz at this point, because he took the lead in getting into that revive platform. But for Busin, he ended Hotshots right there as they stayed within the area.
Yeah, with a bit of assist from Nova Legion early on when they try to hunt down Hotshots, which makes me wonder, right? Going into Game 3, would Hotshot decide to shift that drop zone just to avoid these active hunting from Nova Legion, or will they try and fight back? Maybe third time's a charm. If they manage to wipe out Nova Legion, that would really, really slow them down. Now, Nova Legion's direct contender, EVO's Divine on your screen, is up against E1. And this is a very important fight for EVO's to win right at the window. Kochu not landing his shots, but Aim God has already gone down, beating XP again. We talk about the reactiveness from E1 that has really worked out against these aggressive teams, and we're seeing it again as Paum takes down Kochu, 2 eliminated from EVO's.
Paum was able to hit them with the RGS, and it's not first time though. He was pulling out all those rockets against EVO's Divine even when they were inside that compound. Ray right now is in trouble trying to go for that vending machine, but I think the deed has been done. The revive has already happened, and that would be saving grace for EVO's Divine for the moment. But for R7, they are hearing those gunshots being pulled in to get more points. The same goes for AG. But not only is the hit list on, but also the lightning zone has been triggered. So everyone would take cover right now, not step out, because they will be receiving a little bit more damage if in case they get hit with those balls.
Saifa has actually arrived. Ray just got taken out too by Dew. Rasha next to get knocked down, loses the 1v1 against Barros. And I believe EVO's Divine got wiped out. And that now, the favor turns over to be in Nova Legion's lead. Now they have a chance to pull ahead.
Now let's see if they will be able to pull ahead, because it seems that the danger is already out. That lightning zone is already being taken out, but there's still a lot of teams in here. R7 clear side, Ripside Rhythm, and Chinoy hit once, hit twice, but unfortunately was able to hide out from that rock. But no, the moment the time turner expires, he's out, and Barros head sticking out as well. You don't want to do that when Joker is involved.
And Joker is not done just yet, because E1 is in the area. They didn't really get to have a fair fight in round 1 thanks to Dutz's intervention with the nade, and now they might get the chance to run it over again. Shireen takes out Ma'ao off screen. Actually, Ray's still in his hot shot that was out early on. So thankfully for EVOS, they get to get the full revive in. Counted them out too early. Good news for the Indonesian fans. Rainbow Star, Movie Star R7 about to hit to the second floor to take on E1, but Leon takes the first move. They decide to take the fight straight to R7, and it might have been a fatal mistake as Leon gets knocked down. Games King finds the second takedown on Vinton XP, and R7 draws the line in the sand. E1 is no more.
Yeah, E1 no more. Hotshots is out. EVOS is still back from the ashes, but Kochil will be taken down once again. Well, not only Joker is targeting him, but also Saifa with an AC-80. But battle continues right now as R7 hasn't taken care of AG just yet. But as you can see, the first to second of the zone is already closing in, and it would pull in some of the teams. But for EVOS, they are scattered right now. The revival spree has been done, bringing the teams back from the ashes, but there's still nowhere for them to go and probably get more loot. And as you can see, Aim God right now, well, that is the current situation. Why stop from taking those eliminations? But unfortunately, a lot has them on target.
And not really panning out the way that they want, right? Taking these fights but not able to get the confirmation Sci-Fi also ends up going down as Turbo blasts him. Russia get the revive on Aim God. The revival spree continues for EVOS as AG Global are now eliminated in 10th spot.
Well, it seems like R7 succeeded in their target, in their ways. They stayed in there for the longest time. Gunned down not only against EVOS, but also for AG. For WAG, though, well, they are doing quite well right now in terms of elimination. 8 to their name. And next target would be Probe from Clear Vision. But PLS1 doesn't have any clear vision on him, and he steps out, half on that HP, another one almost taking him out, but fortunate for Probe, he managed to pull away.
WAG stepping up to the occasion, looking for more, and that's number 9, WAG with the takedown onto Probe. Clear Vision not standing a chance, at least Probe did stand a chance in this 1v4 at base camp. WAG weathers the storm, EVOS Divine, another full team revive. Ready to finally get decked up before the game goes late. They have RQ on the northern side, but RQ shouldn't be rotating anytime soon. EVOS finds some space to breathe finally.
Well, I'm not quite sure on how long, but they do have 1 minute to breathe a little bit until someone jumps in, because they are on the hit list right now and they need to protect Ray for the moment. One elimination for them and they are sticking together. Moving to no specific direction is one of the plan that teams has done when they are on the hit list, so that even if that expires, there's no specific area that they will be hunted. But on the other side, Maal and the rest of the teams of RRQ is getting close. So let's see if this vehicle would be the problem for EVOS Divine. But no, the target would be to get this arsenal to prepare for the war ahead.
RQ Kazu gets to really chill for just a little bit. The hit list shouldn't affect them too much. The circle moves towards where Forest Red is in the center. That's where EVOS Divine has set up camp. It's their favorite drop spawn, and they were able to make it back there without much contention after a long revival spree as RQ Kazu finds a couple of vehicles and start their move.
See if they can move away. That is what they need right now. But for RQ, well, they are just gathering a lot of resources right now, from Arsenal to airdrop. Despite of having that hit list, they are just being that threat to everyone. Now, later on, once we get in probably 3rd to 4th, that's where those elimination would come in, with just they're coming from dudes. And well, no shots has been landing right now, but they also have another problem onto the other side, wherein Fluxo will be in there and the full squad will be waiting for that push to happen. But it's not just WAG, it's also Nova Legion involved. So this is, I believe, round 2 of this engagement.
The circle is going to force Fluxo to make that move. Sturbus is not going to wait, going to try and fight them in the blue. There's MT7 providing support from their watchtower though, so they have to be careful of their decisions. Fluxo willing to drag this out, which is already finding Sturbus. Nova Legion losing out members. Cluso also gets taken down by the Chargebuster from Prox, as Fluxo themselves loses Captain Bobs to the gunfire of Nova Legion. They instantly clap back with twice as much Lopex XL on the roof, and Nova Legion might just come to another early end. Before they could get much done, Lopex XL has really no way out of this.
I mean, they are, Fluxo is just, well, topping up all those HP, but I don't think they have any information on Lopez right now, unless they pull up a binocular or a UAV, but they are keeping the distance, and the moment that Lopez peaks, that would be the signal that Fluxo might be able to gun him down. But speaking of gunning them down, BLS1 being gunned down, being taken out by Maal, and divide and conquer. That is planned most of the time by RQ, and they are succeeding, reducing the numbers of WAG, but 18 vehicles down from the hunt of another clutch kid, Tikui.
Yeah, Tikui reducing RQ Kazu to just statistics at this point. Abai tries to run, but Juzo blows himself up! Oh, that glue wall around the corner wasn't good enough from RQ. And Tikui switches to the Winchester and gets another body in. Ma'ao now in a 1v1, but Tikui has the support of the electrotherapy. WAG with the team wipeout on RRQ.
Well, that was a team elimination streak was smoking hot for WAG at this point. PLS1 though was the casualty, but easily can be revived. They're already heading into the vending machine, and tanking the blue at this point from 3rd to 4th is still viable, but they need to move in. Now, speaking of moving in, and Redcliffe is also stepping in to the arena, as a lot of teams is already taking real estate in here. Evo Zivine somewhat in the middle, Fluxo waiting on the other side, and Lopez XL will be eliminated, but good enough for Nova Legion. He managed to bring back Sivas, who's currently stuck between a rock and hard places.
R7 making a quick beeline rotation. Heavy is right in front of them. This could get very, very dangerous. Heavy have a building to work with, and R7 now makes a very safe rotation for now. See that firewall put up, so vision is cut off, but I have a feeling that R7 should know there is Heavy in that building. They're gonna make the first move. The monster truck blocking out the entrance, and Heavy ready for this. They throw up the preemptive blue wall first. Heavy got to be ready for this hit. Good blue wall from Kabi again, but doesn't fully lock out R7 from the entrance as they now bust into the entrance. R7, Kabi goes down. Joker with the knock onto Allen, and Heavy are slowly but surely losing members.
Yeah, I mean, they barricaded themselves in, trying to prevent or probably funnel one opening for R7 to rush in, but unfortunate for them, it seems like R7 not only has a way in, but also a way out. Now, they're waiting for everyone. A full revive, full pickup has been done onto Heavy, and all they have to do is wait as the blue closes in. But RC, Redcliffe will be jumping in. Not quite sure if they will be joining engagement. They did lose one player, but there goes the Riptide Rhythm, and Hope managed to knock down Games King. The pickup can be done by Hacks or Turbo once that time turner is up, but there's more challenge being brought in by Redcliffe at this point, saving Heavy from annihilation.
Meanwhile, off-screen Evo's eliminated in 7th spot by Clear Vision, I believe. R7 gets to slowly reset as Redcliffe gets taken out. Whoa, heck! With the annihilation, the grenade launcher paying off, and now round number 2, baby. It's Devon gets Heavy again. Joker once more with the initial takedown, and Sherry from Clear Vision also wants a piece of the Vietnamese pie as the R7 the clear elim leader 17 and counting, make it 18.
Oh, definitely, and I just read from chat earlier that M79 has been used by a lot of teams to wipe out, and it is still showing up. Now, Fluxo right now backs away from Movistar R7. They want to take a lead into next phase of the circle, where MT7 is already in. WAG just waiting, and WAG has a lot of elimination already from last time we saw them. Great position being taken by MT7, Overwatch against WAG, and probably R7 and Clear Vision. But we haven't seen Clear Vision just yet. They're just hiding out, keeping themselves safe. So let's see if will they be targeting it. Is Clear Vision right now going against WAG, and well, teams from Vietnam seems like they're losing not only from the shots but also from the zone.
Tikoi getting taken out by Pro Bay. The Vision really making quick work of the SEA teams. R7 against Fluxo now. The rivalry has been brewing for quite a while. Prox take 2 shots in the face, and Joker again. Just accurate with his bullets. He does get knocked down by Butcherson after that. As Bob retaliates, this time the grenade launcher doesn't take himself out. R7 will need time to recover, and it all falls on the hands and on the shoulders of Turbo. He brings Hacks back up, but it's a 2v4. Clear Vision on the horizon. Fluxo is the only team with the entire squad left standing.
Well, they are feeling heat right now because this arena is getting crazy. There goes the skills being used by Clear Vision to taunt the opponent, but Buddhason charges in and takes down Movistar R7. Now, as we can see, it seems like Fluxo is beating down on Clear Vision 4v2, and it seems that is the top dog. The team that is the predator in this map is still taking that Booyah, and this is Fluxo.
The 2-time world champs showing us that without BRU's presence on Alpine, it belongs to them. The snowy Alps is Fluxo's domain. a very clean, calculated, and strategic game. Late rotations, slow movements, playing on the outside of the safe zone, but when they strike hard, and every single shot counted. Great stuff from the Brazilian reps, and that's why they have been dominating the region for the past 2 years. And for Clear Vision, we did say that today they came in hot, they came in ready to brawl, ready to rumble, and they put up a heck of a fight, even against teams like Fluxo.
Yeah, well, definitely that is what they need right now to bring their A game. And when I say A, I mean all. They need to bring everything, their all, even the kitchen sink, to be able to go against the top dogs. But still, we are awaiting onto the game result. I'm excited to see who has grabbed a lot of points, because last time we saw WAG, they have a lot of elimination. Fluxo or R7 has the same, and for Fluxo, they were slow in the start, but the moment that they spot opponents, especially with MT7 taking Overwatch on rooftops, on high ground, he is just hunting, and the rest of the teams are following through. So let's take a look at the final moment. It was scrappy, but you know how it is. Sharon is not caring at all.
Yeah, not at all. And that's again another solid game from Fluxo. You gotta love it. Just a clean approach from them, right? Like again, Bobs has been one of the most decorated team captains out there. It's always a treat to have Bobs. To see Bobs on screen, whether you get to interview him or whether you see him lead Fluxo. Now the game is really on, because the SDA teams they have been stumbling a little bit in left, right, and center. You see one getting the first Booyah, and now it's Fluxo. Yesterday it was a Southeast Asia occasion. Maybe today it's the West's turn to turn up.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, the first two being taken by Brazil. And, well, we are really excited on how the East and West battle will continue, not only for this day number 3 of week 2, but also as we prepare for the grand finals. But before we go anywhere else, let's take a peek onto the game standing right now. And, well, with a Booyah, 29 solid points coming from Fluxo with 17 elimination. Movistar R7 did 18 elimination, and WAG, despite of them being eliminated a little bit early, they're still bringing themselves afloat with 23 solid points. Redcliffe, though, we saw them earlier try to target Fluxo, or if not Movistar R7, but they are doing the best in terms of survivability. From day one that they have been introduced, this has been their play, and this is why they are moving up slowly in getting used to hang with the global teams.
And the race to overtake each other between Nova Legion and Evo's Divine continues. They both get 5 points this game, which means the gap is still 6 points in favor of Evo's Divine. But at the end of the day, the goal is GOW, and none of these teams have come close to achieving that yet. 4 more rounds to go. Let's see if they can make up for those lost rounds. The current standings of today, Movistar R7 shoots up to 42 points in total. They didn't get the Booyah, but they have so much eliminations in round 2. Fluxo comes in second, and Clear Vision really showing us what they're made of on the final day.
Yeah, I really love this version of Clear Vision at this point, but hopefully this shows up a little bit early the next time we see them. But it doesn't matter. This is where things will be tested, will be measured at this point. With the standings for the day as well as for that game is where things add up. And you did mention that 6 points is what Evo's Divine has from the previous game, from this game that we just witnessed, but even from the previous game, the same scoreline could have been the same. So that could have been the result. So let's take a peek, recap of what happened so far in that Alpine game as we take a look at the highlights.
And just like Game 1, Evos got out to a very, very rough start. At one point, I even thought that they were eliminated, but they hung on again and only got eliminated in 7th spot without getting much eliminations done. Sadly, it was basically the West affairs this time, with a lot of the Western teams, from Brazil, Latin America, going in at each other's throats. R7, E1, Fluxo, Clear Vision from MEA. It's the breath of fresh air they can also bring in the aggression. And it's not those scrappy ones that, we were sort of used to a year or two ago. Now, I think the rest of the world is catching up. Everyone has had a defined play style. Also, thanks to the meta that Garena has helped shape. Now we are really seeing the identities of these teams shine through, whether they are, rushers, people who like to get right in your face, and throw a couple of knockout punches, or teams who like to stand behind and watch it all burn. Both of them have been given the tools to function.
Well, definitely. I mean, I'm loving the update. I'm loving some of what's in game as well, making a comeback. Not specifically the same, but remember that that danger zone that we often see now. It is a lightning zone, and it is still bringing a lot of threat for the team. But let's take a peek on what Team Fluxo has brought into this game. Put us in right now with that Oscar and Skylar with that MT7 with that Skylar, and Bops with that 8124, and Prox with that Steffi. And it really fits the personality of Bops right now. He is the bomber as well as support for the team, and he brings that A124 together with all the passives that is involved. But looking at elimination, Budusin still eating up a lot of those opponents.
Budusin has been really instrumental, I think, in Fluxo's success. But when you look back at 2023, when they were still Magic Squad, right? The three of them, Budusin, Bops, and GU, they were essential to basically the success of Fluxo at that point. And it was also a meta where Skylar wasn't even a thing. No one considered playing Skylar. People were making fun of it, and yet they won with Skylar in the final round. And then you look back at 2024 when they became Fluxo and they brought in MT7. That was the missing piece that really cemented them as one of the best teams in the world. And I think Prox is getting a taste of what Fluxo really is capable of, starting in the lineup over GU and being able to instantly deliver alongside Budusin in the front line.
Well, let's see. Take a peek on our MVP, Fluxo's Bops, with 5 elimination, 3,460 on the damage, and 9 assists. And we've seen him use one of the deadliest weapon of the current meta, M79. And, well, I mean, sorry, Bops, but most of the time we see him take himself out, but at least he still puts so much of damage. A124, JB, Alvaro, Moko, as well as a Beaston really fit the personality of a bomber and tactical market. And I know for a fact the TAC market has been a game changer in these matches. You can buy a lot of stuff in there, even the Arsenal E, which makes it easier for the teams to be able to loot up. But speaking of loot up, once they loot up all those weapons, this is where they start with those elimination, and this is their progression.
Look at the blast of the past by Prox, Chargebuster, and Woodpecker. You don't really see that often. People now go for the Winchester mostly, and the Winchester, the M590, but for even M79, which is Bob's favorite. But for Fluxo, they still make the classics work, and that's what kind of separates them, right? Like, you are not heavily reliant, I guess, on what the best weapons are right now. If they can still make the Chargebuster work, it also means that when they don't get what they want, they can still put up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the M590, I mean, it does pack a punch, but the Chargebuster really charge up. And if you look at how the teams are moving, are rotating, passing through their opponents before they go for that 180 and that shot, the Chargebuster can really bring it on. But, well, another thing that we want to see right now is the overall standings. How the teams are far away from each other, and the battle between the top 12. How is it going between EVOS and Nova Legion? And it seems like EVOS and Nova Legion still in lead is EVOS with 6 points, but it's still very close, Husky.
They're definitely getting closer and closer to the threshold of overtaking GOW, because Movistar R7 has already done so. There's still 3 more teams that have a chance, well, maybe 4 that can overtake GOW, because at the end of the day, we did mention that there's a possibility that GOW finishes in 13th spot, and that would be the worst case scenario for them. But that would also have to come down to E1 Heavy, EVOS Divine, and Nova Legion hitting above 238. Because if they tie at 238, GOW is going to win because most likely they win through the Booyah tiebreaker. So 39 is the target.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if in case you want to pull away for EVOs, well, you need to pull away with that Booyah, or if not, just farm a lot of coins. Now, well, for the teams, well, Heavy right now is 46 points away from GOW, and as you pointed out, that is the target, the 239 that we have set from the beginning of the game. A lot of teams is already making it work. For some, it is becoming difficult compared to what we expect them to do. Probably it's because of the last day. Some teams, even from the last game that they played from yesterday, this is where they are showing up. So they're not just coming up as 3 points to be taken by those needed. They are fighting back, and well, I'm loving this version of those teams.
I think teams that are willing to really take initiative and not shy away from a fight are kind of like what we're looking for, right? Previously, you sort of know who you're up against, but right now, if everyone looks the same to you, it kind of removes that fear factor, right? You don't look at a team and be like, oh my goodness, it's BRU, we are not going to fight them. That is not really a thing anymore right now. And teams generally also understood that playing safe can only get you so far, and the way that kind of separates you and a victory is probably winning those gunfights. And that's why we're seeing, even teams like Hotshot and Red Cliffs are brazenly taking on, EVOs, taking on RRQ and having a good shot at winning.
Now let's see, if that changed the storyline, because again, there's a few changes that happen when teams are playing their last day, and this is the last day of the knockout stage. Now, for teams like EVOS as well as Nova Legion, we already pointed out so many times that they're very close. Either one will need to pull away quite far to keep themselves safe. But would this be happening into the next game? Would the next map, which is Next Terra, be the game changer at that point between those two teams and those who need to catch up to our cut line? Because it seems like when we jump in here, despite of the number of compounds, a lot of engagement are happening just from the drop. So this might be where it continues, and a lot of teams will start to fall down early.
Yesterday it was round 3 where we saw EVOS really come to life. Let's see if they can do it, right? If they come to life at this point, chances of them overtaking GOW very, very high. And I think even most of the chat are still very hopeful that EVOS can do it. I think even for the Nova Legion fans, they're also pretty sure that Nova Legion can do it. Although they have been playing a little bit cheeky, hunting down Hotshot for 2 rounds in a row. And I'm excited to see if Hotshot will make that change, or will we see another direct confrontation at the start of the round.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, definitely Hotshots, if they're the ones being hunted on their drop spot, they will need to make those change. But you did point it out, game number 3, Next Terra from yesterday is where EVOs popped off, and game number 3 for today is still in Next Terra. So this might be a time, this might be a chance, but I'm still doubtful that they are really not that well anymore after that EWC 25 championship. It seems like they just understand what needs to be done, how much needs to be done to be able to get into that threshold. Otherwise, well, I would be disappointed, because it seems like after EWC, everything is falling down for EVOS Divine.
But for some teams like Movistar R7, they have been on the up and rising, right? They're second in terms of total eliminations, I think only behind BRU. The third in terms of total damage, and 4th in terms of total assists. And it's not like R7 is a new team. We saw them at EWC. We know what they're capable of. They definitely fell short of the champion rush, right? They didn't hit that 80 points. But if you put that aside and look at how much they've grown since then, R7 are a lot more composed in these situations. What separated them and the other teams at EWC is, R7. They just could not keep up when the going gets tough. But right now, they are the ones making things tough for the others.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is through the lead of a game skin right now. Currently, 4-6 on elimination, followed by Joker. We know how Joker is, relentless on the long range. And then the same goes with Della as well as Hax. Now, I'm really loving how Hax, yes, he might not be that strong in terms of elimination, but in terms of number of assists, 53 assists all across all the games that they played, even more than the elimination that the highest, which is Games King, is getting from this team of R7. So there's still a threat. Looking at how they are in Nextera, they're, I would say, mid compared to the other map, compared to Bermuda and Kalahari, but I'm pretty sure they will be able to bring so much of hurt to those who are going against them.
For Fluxo, we haven't had a team that has won 3 World Series in a row. Right, the most we got was 2 in a row. Fluxo, and they're on track of making that happen. And I believe it was something you said as well on broadcast, where if Fluxo manages to do it, then no one can ever question the region again. Because they have always been trying to catch up, at least prior to 2023. They were the ones that people say that they're trying to catch up to Southeast Asia. They won 2023, and people say that, alright, they won it 1 year, let's see if they can do it again, or is it a fluke? Then they won last year they won last year as well. And if they want to cement themselves, this is it, right? Yep. Fluxo has been showing up really strong, at least on the Global Finals. So let's head into Nextera and watch and see if that is going to be the case again.
Yeah, let's see. Whether it's Fluxo, whether it's R7, whether it's Evos, or whoever that would be popping off this time around, this is where it begins. This is the future that is on the other side of that tunnel for teams trying to catch up on those points. As we said, on the flight path, but I'm not worried about any skewed flight path, especially for Nextera. Seems like it would be fair for everyone. Now for Hot Shots right now, yes, they managed to get away from Nova Legion, but they haven't gotten away from some of the teams like RRQ. But speaking of chase, Nova Legion, well, pulls away from the Yellow Tigers. Now they're chasing the White Tigers.
Wow, really switching their target. This is the switch that they can make and break the race. I like the approach because Evos clearly are not ready. Aimgod though, not ready to go down without a fight. 1v1 trade so far. Can they get the confirmation? Aimgod not able to do so. Lopez XL can be retrieved. Aimgod ends up going down. Evos bails. And Nova Legion starts off strong.
Yeah, well, Evo Divine still is alive in this battle, but no Legion. I mean, they've studied Evo Divine already. They saw the board, the overall standings, and say what? Let's not just chase on Hot Shots anymore. Let's take down Evo Divine, the team that we are gunning for, the place that they are gunning for on the overall standings. But let's see if this continues on. But on the other side, speaking of Hot Shots, they did manage to get a knockdown right now, but they will need to back away. Hasu already taking lead, making sure that the area is clear. But as we get into the other side, we have AG Global taking or bringing the beating against Red Cliff. But as we can see, another fight is ensuing. Leo on the ground waiting to be picked up, and Maal backs away.
Hot Shot trying to stake the territory and mud side. Oh, this has the shotgun in hand. Woohoo! What a clean one from Maal. This B-Head's actions. Leo instantly brings him back, but RRQ Kazu not to be trifled with in this arena. Anas will learn it the hard way. Maal right in his face. They're trying to rush him down. Maal 14 health, still alive. 18 deer backs him up, and Maal finally drops the Games King, but the job has been completed. Hasu tries to hide behind the pillar, but 18 deer is there with him, trying to bring Maal back up. Abai steps in and takes over.
Well, it's such a refreshing sight seeing that Maal on an M590 is making those hits. Well, accuracy-wise, he can pull it off, but it's rare we see him on a shotgun. But it seems like those who are on the other end of the barrels is falling down one at a time. And Heavy is going in for the fight against WAG. It seems like WAG is winning this time. For R7, they managed to take down 2 or if not 1 player from Clear Vision, which is Sharon, and they also control this vending machine.
The bus has already been knocked down. Sadly, Nova Legion, they tried to gun for Evos early on, and thankfully they themselves also escaped the clutches of E1, because we've seen Nova Legion in game 1 where they start off strong and they get hunted down after that. Evos Divine though, so far hasn't really been able to catch their breath at all. Russia taken down and revived in an instant. They're sharing almost the same proximity as Nova Legion. Both teams rushing to get into top 12, having a very rough start. But Nova Legion are in dire straits.
Yeah, definitely dire straits. Farmtopia unable to farm anything at this moment. 200 coins, not even enough to bring back one of their teammates unless he went in for that solo mission and is just waiting for time for the rest of the teams to come back. But speaking of coming back, Hotshots, well, there's no chance that they can come back if he will be taken down by Kabi from Team Heavy. But he did get that revive in, and there is still a full set of teams right here in this next Terra map.
Hotshot continues to stay in the game. RQ, maybe not so lucky. Just under heavy fire from E1, who now makes the call to run towards him. Is RQ ready for this though? There is a vehicle nearby. We see someone fly in from RQ, now he fly out to relocate, so maybe RQ has already abandoned the occasion. Just trying to see how much damage they can deal before they eventually go down. So there is a plan B in motion as AimGod finds actions and eliminates the remnants of Hotshot.
Well, there goes the Tigers going against each other, and it is the White Tigers taking that win. Now, they are going into Museum right now. It's a good thing that Grim United is not here, but Clear Vision would be here to stay. The same goes with Fluxo. Bops already in. Half of his HP has been taken out. Good thing that he managed to pull it off on a quick recovery, but he needs to move away and stop hunting Preve, otherwise they might be saying goodbye for this map.
See, I mean, even for EVOS, I feel like they could just hold this area, right? They deploy the UAV. So if any stragglers show up, they could take them down. They could Probe. EVOS can come in with a 2-prong attack, make it 3-prong to get another easy point for themselves. This should be straightforward. Probe goes down, EVOS holds Museum, and they can even choose to gatekeep this area if they so wish.
Well, that's one thing though. If they stay here, we know that Fluxo was here here earlier as well, and they might be the ones being gunned down. But Prox has been knocked out. Go chill! Hit by MT7 with a Riptide Rhythm and a follow-up shot. And this is where the threat comes from Fluxo. That high ground. Not only is MT7 in, but also Buddhason. Now, you know what they do right now to pull away from this? And this is what EVOS Divine need for the moment. They need to farm more, but if they go against the top dogs, the defending champions of the global finals, then it might be tough luck for the White Tigers.
Yeah, they have definitely stirred the hornet's nest. Prox on top of Museum 2, the blue zone, engulfing all of them. It's still the early stage, doesn't hurt as much. EVOS can still move if they want. The thunderstorm has started, and only one member from each team is outside the red zone. And this does complicate matters. EVOS are indoors, Fluxo are outside on the roof. But if they jump in, they might be going in blind. They need maybe Dinoculus or UAV to help facilitate that. Butcherson makes the call to fall back a little bit because he has Rasha to worry about.
Yeah, let's see though if he can deal with the Rastia, but Prox needs a little bit of help. Great glue wall to make sure that Rastia will not be taken out with MT7 from afar, and above. He gets a great line of sight and takes down the Wonder Kid. But on the other side, it seems like there's a lot of engagement happening between AG and RRQ. Dutz going solo against Saifa and Chinoy. Not quite sure if that's smart, but there goes Saifa. Down for the count. Drogon in hand. Dutz is making it work, and will he be able to get to this clutch? He managed to go in on 1v2.
And Dutz does it again. The Clutch Meister continues to deliver and sends AG packing in a couple of body bags. RRQ Kazu with 9 eliminations and counting, just in time for the storm to arrive. But RRQ has already gotten the job done.
9 elimination already for RRQ. Well, they don't need that much, because it seems like with the number of points and what they've done, they've already qualified for the Grand Finals, but they will be a threat for Heavy right now. Great shot. Cryo Mine heading into RRQ, but it doesn't matter. As long as they can bring in the pressure onto Heavy, take down all those glue walls, make those shots count, then it would be RRQ farming all those points.
And Abai definitely is making every shot matter. They can go for a relocate with Launchpad again. RRQ continues to farm points, and like you said, Neptune, they don't really need the points as they've already qualified, but this also means that they are taking points away for teams that need it.
Oh yeah.
And RRQ, merciless in that pursuit. Kabi this time will not be rescued. Mufasa will bring him back. RRQ, 10 eliminations, and they want more.
Let's see though. RRQ, while the knockdowns is being farmed, but Liku making wrong turn right now. Cryo Mine being pulled in by Dutz. Now, a few glue walls is preventing him, but quite surprisingly that Heavy is still managing to break away from that area. Mufasa though might be in trouble. Maal creeping in. 18 Deer for that rush, and vending machine available. Was he able to make that revive? Heavy is still alive, and Don't Cry would be taken down. And it is just a huge deal for RQ right now to prevent everyone from catching up.
RQ 13 eliminations already and continues to dominate this map on Nextera. R7, see them Fluxo actually thought about maybe they want to go on to R7, but make the call to turn back. Allen ends up being the victim. R7 also putting some numbers on the board. What a snipe joker! Oh boy, this guy, he is a menace, and we all know that. 7 points for R7, and they continue to farm for more.
Let's see now, the next target for R7 would be Fluxo, who stayed back earlier to go against Evos and now is in the crosshairs of Movistar R7. But they do have a huge rock to prevent them from being shot. But speaking of shots, Mufasa will be taken down by Red Cliffs. Now, it's Nova Legion who would be battling them. Riptide Rhythm, Hope, all managed to pull away. But will they be able to back away from the window? They will need to do so, otherwise they might be naded by the teams trying to catch up for Evo's Divine.
Very good retreat from R7, Red Cliff, sorry. Like you said, backing off from the window, so those grenades didn't really do much. So no conversion from Nova Legion, which makes them second guess if they want to commit to it. Dual Melter was there. WAG now arriving. And Boxing Gyms could get a bit crowded as R7 now takes on Fluxo. Butcherson is already out. As Captain Bob's on the run. Della and Games came looking for him. Joker finding MT7, the sniper of R7 today has been flawless. Sublime showing from R7 as they take out Fluxo.
Fluxo being eliminated. And now, Movistar R7 will be getting 11 on the scores. Third, going into fourth, face of the circle. It would hurt. No one would dream to stay out and tank the blue right now. But for RRQ, putting that cryo mine, I believe that was Dutz who managed to do so, has spotted WAG. How much is in position? And seems like they managed to take down that plushie as well to help them survive a little bit more. Now, for Evos though, they are gunning down on some players of Heavy, but they also have a potential to go for the rush against Nova Legion. Again, the catch-up is real between these two teams. Earlier, Nova Legion tried to beat down Evo's Divine. Now, it might be turned around.
Definitely a very good chance for Nova Legion to slowly catch up. Again, them against Reckless. We saw the binocular scan. EVOS probably scanned where Clear Vision is, so I can only assume that WAG were the ones that found out where Nova Legions and Reckless are at. 18th remain. I feel like EVOS are in a slightly safer spot. I have to wait out the bounty too. It's gonna run out in 5 seconds, so they should be okay. Nova Legion relocates. Push themselves closer to WAG, but you also have Heavy around the corner. This is very important for Nova Legion. If they mess this up, then EVOS is gonna extend that lead that they already have.
Well, it seems like the plan for Nova Legion right now is to get some cover. And below WAG's smart move, I don't know if it's just unfortunate for WAG. They could have at least put one guy below so that it will not be taken that easily, and then they can just jump out and clear the area. But WAG, because of the performance from the past, I guess they're not too confident right now on what they can do. But in terms of long range, in terms of those shots from afar, they're confident that they might be able to push out RRQ. Otherwise, RRQ will just beat them to it.
Television arrive on the roof to be a 3-way fight here. 4-way fight, in fact. Nova Legion might have been on more than they asked for. Came into this party uninvited. As more uninvited guests show up, RRQ Kazu is holding perimeter. And Nova Legion, how much silent can they stay? Because EVOS have already sprung into action. They found 2 off screen. And Nova Legion, they're still not interacting just yet. They're trying to let this player all on his own, and that's probably the smarter choice. But Lopez XL actually relocates. He pushes towards the window. We're going to check back in that in a bit because EVOS are making quick work. We say that round 3 on Xterra yesterday is where they came alive, and it seems like that is going to be the case today again, as they spring into action and find themselves multiple takedowns and push themselves at double digits.
Yeah, and they stay alive right now, but for how long? Oh! It is Sharon Prove helping EVOS Divine survive that onslaught that they almost have felt. Now, if I was an opponent who is seeing this chaos,
oh my
this
goodness,
pandemonium, an A124 plus a cryo mine would definitely help, plus a few of those F79 plus and grenades in that specific compound. A lot of elimination might be happening.
EVOS are in a very good spot. They need to travel into the safe zone, sure, but they're about to see a whole village come out from that building. This is EVOS' best chance to get a couple more elimination points on the board before they go down. Or best case scenario, they get a Booyah and eliminate a possible tiebreaker situation between them and Nova Legions. Cementing their lead, because RQ, they're taking so much fire. Ew, so almost goes down. Able to heal back out with the Hater. Riptide ridden out from EVOS Divine, trying to put some pressure on the Clear Vision. Zach on top of the launch pad, decides to not take it for now. Rasha and Kochu needs to run in slightly deeper because the blue is starting to hurt Kochu. Barely makes it through. Rasha takes out Zach. Clear Vision in the crosshairs and the scopes of EVOS. RQ relocates.
Well, the RQ relocates, but in a clear view of EVOS Divine. Now, RQ and EVOS Divine, a little bit Steve war away from the chaos. There goes those shots, but the good thing that RQ managed to get a little bit of compound for themselves. On the other hand, Allen will be taken down by Nova Legion, and that's it for Vietnam. Now, our Abay needs to be picked up. 18 Deer trying to be in the front lines right now. Cyrus would be rolling away as EVOS Divine deals with the rest of WAG. Despite of them fighting back, EVOS Divine is losing some of those HP and might not be able to survive if they go against Nova Legion. But no, looking at Nova Legion, only 2 players remain. So the more chances would be for Clear Vision to grab this Booyah if they can eliminate all of those teams surrounding them.
Sirens going to roar for one last time. This is all for the marbles. This could be the breaking point for EVOS or Nova Legion. RQ, they're also bruised. Only Clear Vision have the full team left alive. EVOS taking so much fire, and it's Lopez to start it off. Rasha gets picked back up very quickly. They need to heal him a little bit. Koju holds the front, but it's Ma'ao that takes him down. Probe chips in as well. EVOS quickly disintegrating into the wind, and it's the Wonder Kid left standing. But if he can buy some time, if he can wait for Nova Legion to go down first, and EVOS will get an extra placement point on top of that, and Rasha is now staying silent.
Nova Legion already getting position on the rooftop. Evo's Divine might not be safe anymore. Clear Vision slowly creeping in. But Blue as well will be closing on everyone else. 4 teams remain. This arena is getting hot. The only question is who will be taking that coveted Booyah situation. Rastia! Cluso with a god nade, and Evos is out. Noble Legion manages to take out their contenders. Now, with the 2 players from above, will they be able to successfully take down the team that is remaining? All they have to do is wait for the perfect timing.
Can't believe the Nova Legion might have a chance to actually win this, although they are still outnumbered by the remaining contenders. Cluso might have to jump off the roof right now. The Steffi is deployed, but Cluso can't stay there any longer. The Retired comes in and might break down the defenses of Clear Vision. Cluso able to find one, executes his victim, but also goes down. Lopez making magic happen, but they don't have the help to work with, and Cluso is going to surrender himself to the blue. Clear Vision, so far, have been immaculate, and they're rewarded with a Game 3 Booyah.
And they grab the first Booyah, their first Booyah in this competition. Teams from Morocco will be celebrating at this point. Also very close to cross that threshold of the 12th spot. Now, will this be the chance that would have they put in that much to be able to move up against both Evo's Divine and Nova Legion, or just put themselves in the same standing? That would be the question for everyone, but I'm really loving this tournament. Teams that we were not expecting are showing up, and that team this time is Clear Vision.
One thing is for sure is that Clear Vision are definitely a contender today. That they are the difference maker. They are the wild card that everyone needs to start respecting, because the first 2 rounds, we've already caught glimpses of Clear Vision really putting in the hurt onto our top contenders. And this Booyah is going to cement that fact even more. I mean, even if they don't make it, I am very optimistic for 2026, because Clear Vision has really been giving everyone a run for their money.
Well, let's see though. This is the final shot coming from Clear Vision. And I was just questioning why Lopez XL just went in and executed that one player from R2, because the time that he ran in onto the closing circle could have saved him more time to revive or to top up his health. But, well, those decisions are just crucial for them to get more points, but Clear Vision, all they have to do is wait, because they do have the numbers and grabbing that Booyah.
They're taking the points away from the teams that need it, but I want to see. I want to check in again, just a bit, the race between Evo's Divine and Nova Legion. It's still pretty close. I honestly thought that round was where Evos pulls ahead, but no, Nova Legion shut that down very quickly and make sure that we still have no idea who is going to pull through the at the very end.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of expectation for the teams. There are a lot of disappointments as well that has been shown by Evo's Divine. For Nova Legion, there's signs of life from them, and also for the moment that they targeted Evo's Divine. They planned a different approach from the first 2 games. Now they are changing this. Now let's take a peek right now on the result of that game. For the game standings, and RRQ taking the lead despite of not grabbing the Booyah with a solid 14 elimination and 23 points. But let's not take it away from the Booyah taker. 22 points with 10 elimination is Clear Vision, and Evo's Divine with 20 points. But looking at Nova Legion, the contender, sorry WAG, but the focus is Evos and Nova Legion. 18 points, only 2 points ahead, and the gap is not that far.
Yeah, it's really not that far. Prior to round 3, the difference between Evo's Divine and Nova Legion was 6 points. And after this round, it's now extended to 8 points.
Yeah.
Still single digits, still within the round of craft for Nova Legion, and they have themselves to credit for keeping it tight, right? That if they went down earlier on in the final circle, then Evo's Divine would have pulled ahead slightly further, but because they ended up shutting down Evo's Divine, they got some elimination points and kept themselves within touching distance.
Well, let's see though if they will be able to change that story. Now for E1 Sports, I want to take a peek of them as well because they are the ones chasing against GOW. And well, it's not that much, but they did get that Booyah earlier. So I want to see if they can bring more to that. But unfortunately for GOW, they're not moving at all. They're not playing. So anyone who catch up to the 238 that they had from yesterday might be able to push them down. And who are those teams? It's E1 Sports, Heavy, EVOS, and Nova Legion.
Yep. Again, another fantastic showing from some of these teams. Funnily enough, out of 3 games, 2 of the games, the teams that got the most points didn't have the Booyah. RQ has been incredibly aggressive. E1, R7, just to name a few. And the race continues between EVOS, Divine, and Nova Legion. And the excitement, continues to be a constant. I think Nova Legion has really been quite a surprise today. Hunting Hotshot and afterwards decide that maybe if we hunt Hotshot, we get the points, that's good, but EVOS are still in the game. But if we take out EVOS and get the points, then they become a null factor. They made that attempt, didn't work out. Now I want to see if they do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see them do it because it seems like Nova Legion this time around is a little bit stronger. EVOS, Divine, yes, they are bringing in the numbers, but they're still not getting those Booyah. They're not getting to the final circle and surviving it with a full squad. So this is something that they need to work on for both teams. But in a minute, we're going to see and take a peek of a highlight where we see some of those epic moments out of that next Terra games. One is EVOS going against Red Cliff right now. This is some of the points that they need. Oh, it's already late into the game, apologies. But this is where EVOS Divine stacks up onto the point, but unfortunately loses a few of those HP that needs preparation before they get into the final battle.
And this was where, EVOS really started to get hurt a little bit. Russia really tried to hold on, but there really wasn't much that he could work with at that point. And Nova Legion made life hard for RRQ too. I don't think they got any eliminations secure from that, only knockdowns at best. But still, for Nova Legion, it is quite a showing from them to keep this fight going against our EWC champs of all teams.
Oh, well, let's take a peek and put a focus on Clear Vision. Take a look at the skills of Clear Vision at this point. My favorite for the moment, Nero being used by Sharon, followed by Susie, Maro, and Moko, definitely a sniper. And Eunice right now with A124, Moko, Alvaro, Susie, and Steffi from Zach. And he knows that a lot of grenades might be thrown on him, but Probay would be wearing that Oscar, the rusher for the team. Even with the Ford, the Joseph, and Olivia, he's built to be tough in those engagements. Now let's take a look into the numbers. Probay saying a lot with that 7 elimination.
7 eliminations, 8 knockouts. And he's a one-man army, right? No assist needed, no problem. This game was a lot about Probay. And not just this game, honestly. I think when we look back at the entirety of Clear Vision's journey in the knockout stage, Probay has been proactive in taking these fights. And what was lacking was kind of the foundations, the pillars behind the scenes, but this time there was none of that, right? We didn't see any cracks in the armor. Probay got the support that he needed.
Now it's more of the patience as well as the planning that they have in the final moment, but Probay, our MVP, 7 elimination, 3,129 on the damage, and AC 80. I mean, we've seen this all across the board. It might have changed for some, like some teams are still using the M82B, which is not viable because that one shot is not working. But for AC80, especially if it's that flame gun coming from some of those areas in the map, and it will bring more of that damage into the game. Team Booster also being used to help out in healing up or speeding up, depending on what you use in this game. But let's take a pick on the circle analysis, tracking where the teams has dropped off as well as headed into the final.
This game, I want to take a look at some of the rotations, right? Especially for EVOS. See how they move. They move from Plazaria to Farmtopia, they move far west, and then they have to come right back down. Whereas for Nova Legion, they also spent a lot of time outside, but they were the first few to get towards where the boxing gym was, and that's why they were able to establish themselves very early on. But I think on top of that is also the patience that they had. We saw there were like 4 or 5 teams fighting inside a building, including Nova Legion, but they decided to not do anything, right? They let it play out, and that worked in their favor because they cut noise, the attention wasn't on them, so they basically had full resources to take the important fights.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be an option for some, especially if you're trying to catch up in the point. But if you want to grab that Booyah, if you want that prestige of surviving to the final circle, getting a full squad, and then carry you over once you have the perfect opportunity, then that is the perfect plan to survive and grab that big B. Now, as we have set ourselves from the beginning of this day up until halfway through, it seems like the battle is still heated between two of the teams, which is EVOS Divine as well as Nova Legion. But we did point it out earlier that there's a few teams that is catching up. We have Heavy, who is being chased by both EVOS Divine and Nova Legion to get up against GOW as well as E1 Sports. E1 Sports very close because of Booyah that they have, and there's plenty of matches that they have to do right now. So I think they'll be able to get to that hurdle. But for EVOS as well as Nova Legion, they still are struggling to get as much point as possible because of that rivalry that is happening for the day.
I love how the storyline has really been, shaping up so far in the knockout stage. And it's not to say that, people would think that, it's a script well written, but honestly, they write themselves, right? We haven't really planned any of this, but the teams just somehow makes it a lot more competitive day in, day out. We still have 3 more rounds before we conclude the knockout stage, but for now, we'll give the teams some time to think about how to play the remainders of their games. We're gonna go for a short break, and when we come back, it's the 3 final rounds of the knockout stage. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Booyah.
All access.
In FFWS, every pro's power lies in their skill preset, their unique combo, their style, their secret formula for victory.
Hello mọi người. Đếm cái này không giờ. Đếm cái này không giờ.
Salve rapaziada, time do Fluxo todo aqui pra começar a gameplay episódio 1, vambora.
Chào mừng mọi người đến với gameplay tập 1. Mano, meu combo de habilidade favorito eu acho que é Tatsuya, Antônio, Shani e Ford. Que aí você pode dar dash, se movimentar tudo e tem bastante vida.
Tatsuya dives in fast, knocking enemies down to reset his cooldowns. Shani gives instant shields to keep the team alive. Antonio adds bigger max shields for longer fights. And Ford heals whenever he's hit. Together, they form a frontline built to survive and push forward.
Combo nhân vật yêu thích của mình là Nero, Raphael, Coco và Suzy.
Narrow blocks, glue walls, and deals slow damage. Suzy gives extra coins when you take out marked enemies. Moko marks anyone you hit. And Raphael keeps your sniper shots silent, making enemies bleed faster. Smart. Sneaky. Deadly.
E coloque em prática suas ideias e vê se dá certo ou não. Não tem muito pra onde correr, é isso, assistir, praticar cada vez mais. Os novos carregamentos aí, dividir qual vai usar qual e ficar bom com eles.
A dica que eu dou sobre esse novo meta é estudar bastante o jogo, ver o que você pode aperfeiçoar melhor, ainda mais depois dessa atualização que chegou muita coisa nova.
Mọi người, hẹn mọi người ở tập sau. E foi isso, rapaziada. Esse foi o Fluxo aqui no episódio 1. Nos vemos na próxima. E é nóis. Papo.
Hyunsu here and greeting Alan from Heavy. Alright, so let's jump into our first question, shall we? You are currently sitting at 11 with 216 points. EVOS 211 and Nova Legion 203 are getting close to you. Are you feeling the pressure? Xin chào Alan, thì đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên là hiện tại là chúng ta đang ở vị trí thứ 11 với 216 điểm. EVOS là 211 và Nova Legion là 203. Thì xét nhau như thế này thì không biết là Alan có đang cảm thấy áp lực không vậy ạ?
Với mình thì chỉ cần một game đấu duy nhất tụi mình có thể lệch kèo trở lại.
So we are pretty confident actually because we just only need one game that we can knock off everyone and go back to the race and even secure the spot for the final stage. Alright, how is Heavy going to adjust your mindset in the last 3 games? Thì hiện tại là đội tuyển Heavy của chúng ta sẽ cương chỉnh chiến thuật cũng như là tâm lý như thế nào cho cả đội ở trong 3 game thi đấu cuối cùng vậy ạ?
Mục tiêu ngày hôm nay của chúng mình cũng là giành tấm vé đi vào tới đây, nhưng mà đối với tụi mình 3 game này tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức.
For our first thought, we would like to get the team off today, but unfortunately, so at the end of our 3 last games, we will try our best. Third question, we are at an interesting situation where if Heavy, EVOS, and Nova Legion all secures 239 points, Gao will be eliminated. How do you feel about that? Thì như Alan cũng đã biết rồi, chúng ta đang ở trong một cái tình huống khá là thú vị. Nếu như mà cả Heavy, EVOS và Nova Legion đều đạt được điểm số là 239 điểm thì đồng nghĩa với việc là Gao sẽ bị loại. Thì Alan cảm thấy như thế nào về tình huống này ạ?
Theo cá nhân em thấy thì khá là đáng tiếc dành cho Gao, nhưng mà mong điều đó sẽ không xảy ra.
So I feel kind of pity and also something bad for Gao, but I really hope that this will not happen. Well, this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much, Alan, and wishing you the best for your team in the last 3 games. And now, welcome, Conchita!
All right, thank you, Yunsil. Survivors, let's move on to our second interview of the day. And this time, I'm here with Nova Legion Sebas. So, my first question is, Nova Legion right now sits at the 13th place with 203 points, and that's like the edge of elimination. How is the team mentality right now?
Actualmente Nova está en 13º lugar con 203 puntos en la clasificación al borde de la eliminación. ¿Cómo está la mentalidad del equipo ahora mismo?
En este momento pues nos sentimos muy, pues anímicamente estamos muy altos ya que pues, acabamos de hacer una buena partida y pues yo siento que eso nos acaba de subir los ánimos.
We're actually feeling pretty good. We just came off of a very good map, so I think the general sentiment is pretty good.
Great answer. Second question. So as we all know, Movistar R7 has already secured a spot in the grand final. How important is it for Nova Legion to secure a place in the grand finals and represent LATAM as well?
R7 ya aseguró su lugar en la final. ¿Qué tan importante o qué representa para Nova Legion poder asegurar su lugar en la final y jugar junto con ellos?
Pues yo siento que pues le daríamos un orgullo a nuestra región que pues vamos a tener 2 posibilidades de poder quedar campeones.
It would bring a lot of pride to our region to have 2 teams, 2 possibilities to become champions.
Oh my God, I can't imagine because that's exactly what I want for EVOS and RRQ as well as an Indonesian. Speaking of EVOS, is there anything you'd like to say to EVOS Divine, seeing that they're right now your closest competitor in the overall standings?
Hablando de EVOS, ¿algo que le quisieras decir a ellos, considerando que son sus más cercanos rivales actualmente?
Si quieren seguir cayendo, que caigan, que pues son kills fáciles que nos dan más motivación para seguir y poder clasificar.
If you want to keep fighting the landing, go ahead. We want to fight you, and that's only going to give us more motivation to continue.
And he's saying that with a straight face. What a gangsta. Okay, thank you so much, Sebastian. Good luck on the next upcoming games. Right now, let's go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
Thank you very much, Conchita and Yunso. And of course, the interviews that we heard just now, the knockout stage just keeps on giving. Nova Legion and EVOS Divine is a story that can only end one or 2 ways. Either both of them make it through, or one of them packs up by the end of this evening. But it's looking good. It's only 8-point difference between those two. Yep. And the way for them to be safe is just overtake GOW.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, GOW is the target, but the hurdle is not only GOW but also E1 Sports. So if they can at least get ahead of any one of them, then it would be closer. Let's not take away Heavy as well. Though Heavy is quite far from E1 Sports and GOW, but there's still 3 more maps that need to be played. So if anyone falters, if there will be a 0 game, then there will be trouble brewing in that bottom half of our top 12. But we're looking forward to what the teams will be offering right now, because we're done with 3 maps. We're done with Purgatory, Alpine, and Nextera, and our 4th map would be in the OG green grass of Bermuda.
Right back to where it all started. And if we look at the current standings, I believe that, again, Heavy, like we heard from them, right? There's a good chance that they can overtake GOW. In fact, if the 4 teams below GOW overtake them, GOW will end in 13th spot. And it's looking more and more possible, Neptune. The scores, they're getting pretty scary. And even at the start of the day, it's already looking scary. And the teams who are the furthest away, in 12th and 13th spot, they are the ones who are stepping up so far.
Yeah, I mean, 35 points from Nova Legion to be able to get close to GOW. But looking at this next map, well, Evo's Divine seems like a team that is primed for this. Because despite of their lack of performance from the first week of this knockout stage, they are 2nd in Bermuda without any Booyah. All they had to bring in is great placement, consistency in placement, as well as in elimination. They follow R7 when it comes to Group B and C, and this might be the time that Evo's Divine can pull away from that chase, or if Nova Legion, if the team has will stay true to their promise, they will be able to overtake Evo's Divine. Either way, coin flip. It is a coin flip between these 2 teams, and those on the bottom who are still fighting for elimination, for prestige, might prevent them from doing so.
Yeah, because Evo's Divine, 3 more rounds left, and it's crunch time. We said that they stepped up in Nextera round 3 yesterday. Today was a more mellow version of that, like it was not as hardcore as 19 eliminations, but it's still pretty respectable. But again, another team that we have been highlighting today was from Fluxo, right? They have really been tearing it up. But what rhymes with Fluxo? Cluso from Nova Legion, who is also in the race to overtake Evo's Divine.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Cluzo, what reminds me when I heard Cluzo was Pink Panther, but this is a quote from Cluzo. We are unique because we didn't really know each other before. Only started playing recently, yet built good synergy despite not being together long. And it is true. They spent, they are put together. They were put together just in June of this year, and it's only a few months from ago that they were playing. And well, it might not be that great of a deal, but this is where it starts. If they break through the top 12, get to the grand finals, that will be a great motivation, not only for the team, but also for those aiming to be or put up a team and join the global stage in Free Fire.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a roster with, players from 4 different nations, right? Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, and Ecuador. And usually when we see a team that has players from multiple different countries, it's not the easiest to work together, right? There's a lot of factors to consider, time zone, culture, language, and all that. But then we see, Nova Legion sort of making it work. It really does, show you that sometimes it just takes a bit of time, and practice, and chemistry to really get a team to function. And it would be a shame if Nova Legion doesn't make it, right? The dream scenario for me tonight, right? I gotta put it out there for the EVOS fans. I hope both of them go through. They got 3 more rounds. I think it's possible.
Well, that would mean that both, if those teams go through, possibly either two teams from Vietnam would be relegated away from the grand finals, GOW and Heavy. And I'm sorry, Yoon Sol, to say this, but they are in trouble. But let's see though. We're going to see a few more of those happen, a few more of those storylines unfold. But I'm really loving how it is, how close it is between these two teams. But let's not take away the performance of some, like AG Global, currently in their screens right now. They did perform quite well in the first week, putting themselves in the number one spot despite of not getting that much on Booyahs. But slowly, they are being brought down. I did mention about Heavy. This is Heavy right now, currently, in terms of elimination, is on the 14th place. Damage on 13 and assist in 14. So these are just the other stats apart from the total numbers of elimination and placement that they have put in, and they need to bring more.
Yeah, they definitely need to. If even for a Heavy, a team that is ranked 14th in total elimination stats, it's kind of shocking because I had slightly higher expectations for Heavy, and at least what they've shown us in Clash Squad, right? We know for a fact these guys can fight, but on the tactical side, maybe that's where they still struggle a little bit. Though, I mean, for other teams out there like Movistar R7, if you want to talk about how teams that have improved, I think Movistar R7 is definitely up there.
Yeah,
this
I mean,
I think this is the global finals that we really have no idea who is going to win. Like previously, we could say that either Fluxo or VRU or Falcons, but now, I mean, if you tell me Clear Vision wins it, I would believe you.
Well, that is one thing. I mean, for R7, sorry to cut you off earlier, R7, I want to point out that their showing started on EWC25. And this is where they hunted on top dogs coming from Southeast Asia. And that motivation, their tactics, their planning before that happened, that's what started it off. And now they're still showing it this time around. Now, I want to see more of Movistar R7, and we might not, like, they really don't need it this time, because I think with what they've done so far, similar to Fluxo, similar to Brim United, Team Solid, and RRQ, they have done enough to put themselves onto the grand finals. So they can hang back, they can chill for the moment, not give out a lot of stats right here. But speaking of stats, we have most elimination coming from the captain of Brim United, Jonah, with 64, Sypha from AG with 59, and Games King from R7 with 56.
And with that in mind, these eliminations, right, from individual players, Jonah still first, of course, not a surprise there. I want to quickly turn our attention to this three-way fight, right? This is getting closer and closer. GOW, again, just to remind everyone who might have missed out our earlier discussion, they are sitting at 238 points. They played all their games, so they can only sit and watch as the teams try to surpass them. There are 4 teams below them, right? E1 with 236 points right now. Heavy with 216. EVOS Divine with 211. Nova Legion with 203. And we have 3 rounds left. So on average, if all of these teams, especially EVOS Divine and Nova Legion, all they have to do is get 12 points per round minimum, and they would overtake GOW.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the actual number from Nova Legion is 35 points to be able to beat GOW. But that is quite accurate on average that they need to do right now. But, well, let's not take it any longer. We're going to go into Bermuda, the OG map. As you usually say, Husky, the El Clasico map of Free Fire, Bermuda.
Let's get it going. The teams finally have a bit of time to kind of think about and ponder what the next game plan was. We saw Nova Legions are the one that has been very proactive in hunting down other teams. Let's see if that continues, right? Let's see if that minor reset is what's going to really help some of these teams get back on track, get back on their feet. The drop zone, the flight path, very, very forgiving. Right down the center to southeast. EVOS dropping northwest side, R7 nearby, alongside Redcliffe. Earlier than Oculus scan, actually, the graveyard to R7 instantly makes the rotation off of that scan.
Tito, as for some of the teams right now, Heavy is being targeted, if not targeting RRQ for the moment, and then Hot Shots going against WAG. But Dutz is the one bringing down Don't Cry for Clear Vision, who just grabbed that Booyah. I don't think there's not so much of contention, but going back to the topic at hand, Steffi has been pulled out, and 18 Deer together with Dutz and Abe, as well as a hack and slash with that Scythe, will confirm 3 elimination already for RRQ. Only 1 remains for them to eliminate the entire squad.
Absolute execution there. RRQ didn't give Heavy any chance. WAG PLS1 needs some help. They brought back up in just a little bit as T-Quave eliminates Asu and Action. Hotshot not really given much time to react to that aggression. WAG will get a couple of points for themselves.
Well, I'm loving this version of WAG, not only in the beginning, but also trying to survive towards the end. But hopefully it did happen a little bit early, and they might be in contention for that grand final. So Leo right now, well, great way of moving in and out of that time turner, but unfortunately he has to deal with 2 players from WAG, and that is 3 elimination for the Vietnamese squad. Now, they still have 1 in the horizon, and I don't think Anaz will be letting it go that easily. He might be staying in there and then use a vehicle to pull away, but on the other side, it's R7 going against Evos, and there goes the Joker down. Della might be dealt with by Coach Hill, but that time turner saves him a little bit time.
Russia is going to come in to back up his teammates too. Kochu finishes the job. And that's 3 head start, 4 points for Evo's Divine.
Yeah, quadra takedown, and these teams absolutely on fire. They are the elimination leader, and they are smoking hot. Abe, on the other hand, is chasing Kabi into the waters, and not quite sure if that is intentional, but that delay their run. Kabi going in, turning around. Not quite sure if this is part of his own plan, but that might be trouble for Team Heavy. Going against 2 players of RRQ is not an easy task to work with. But for Evo's Divine, I think they saw Hot Shots dropping in, and they are now targeting them for the 2nd time for this day.
Evos, they're definitely feeding themselves. Here comes Kochu, drops smack dab in the middle, and Action stood no chance. The Winchester from Ray confirms that takedown. That will be the 5th point for Evo's Divine. But they smell more than just 5. Woohoo! Kochu! What a clean one. We add 2 more to the tally. That's 7 already for Evos.
What a headshot with a Winchester, and well, you know the dual shot would definitely hit something, but not for a complete knockdown. They put up a hit list onto Rex, but on the other side, WAG still dealing with Leo, and Leo will be taken down. But no confirmation of a full squad being eliminated. I guess Leo had plenty of time as well to bring back a teammate with that vending machine. But 5 elimination coming from WAG. Next up would be a few players, if not 1 player, from Movistar R7.
And this is great news, because for Evos, they are doing what Nova Legion has been trying to do for the first 3 rounds, but have found mediocre success with it. But Evos are showing them how it's done. Sharin getting knocked down, and Rasha confirms that one too. Clear vision as the launch pad. Gonna try to make a gamble for it. All of them will get out. This is remaining 3 will procs though, not so lucky. AG eating 2 Riptide Rhythm at a good time turner, blocks that out. Fuxo still wants to continue the fight, but they are slightly outnumbered. AGL, they block themselves in the FG, always gonna burn a little bit. But if AG be able to back off and out of that arsenal, pushes in around the corner with the inhaler to the heal up, and MT7 delivers! Pops again with his favorite and trusty launcher, takes out 2 more.
Now, I want to see Bob going against Jonah, and both of them would have that M79 grenade launcher. But Du would be the only one remaining. MT7, though he was not spotted earlier, he was the trump card of the team, but they also have Du to deal with. But there's not... There is a vending machine that is close behind, but it is not easy to deal with. Oh, what? He managed to pull it off? That quick second revive once again being done by Du. Another turn event, another surprising revive. But is that enough? Because where the rest of the teams are dropping are on the same area.
And Clear Vision's hot streak has been put to a stop for now as they have been eliminated. Luxo finds the 5th point. Dinoculus quick scan doesn't find anyone there as AGAL dispersed into the wind. We saw mass revives from Nova Legion early on, so they are back on track. EVOS continues their rotation. Current Elim leaders in this lobby taking the high ground too. EVOS really starting to come online. You have hot shots on the low ground. EVOS decides to continue chasing. They can do so if they want to.
Let's see if they will be able to do so. All they have to do is wait for a few more seconds for that circle to close in. WAG will stepping into the area of EVO's Divine, but Dutch on the other hand managed to take down a Naz, and a revive has been done for Team Heavy. Do being chased by Nova Legion on a 1v3. Do trying to get away, and he falls down from an SKS coming from Floki MVP. But AG still has one more player to work with. Looking at EVO's Divine this time. Last time we saw them, WAG jump into their area of contention, but EVO's Divine still fighting on, and Tikui goes in for a knockdown against the Wonder Kid.
And the electrotherapy keeps Tikui healthy and topped up too. So the longer these fights goes on, the better it is for WAG. EVOS needs to shut it down as quick as possible, but it's not going to be easy with Cyrus supporting him. Those glue walls. I'll have to definitely EVOS safe for now. Tension now breaks. Puchu. And they're trying to fight Tikui, but X4 from long range. EVOS does not stand a chance. WAG cleans them up, and EVOS down to just one.
Well, only one remains. Same goes with AG. And difficult situation for this team. And now let's see if they'll be able to bring themselves back. But like what I mentioned earlier for WAG, it is a good showing this time around. And hopefully we've seen this earlier for EVOS. A battle for that vending machine. Will Ray be able to pull it off? Unfortunately, a few more will be gunning them, and one team snuffed out. That is EVO's Divine, giving an opening for Nova Legion to catch up.
But if Nova Legion drops here, then it's all for nothing. And it seems to be the case. Destiny has it for both of them. Then none of them will be able to pull ahead too far. It's all down to Lopez. Can he get away? How committed is Fluxo in chasing him down? I think they might have found it. Lopez hops on the truck, drives away, bobs one more shot, does the job! And Nova Legion follows EVOS back to the lobby.
See, there you have it, another team being eliminated. Now, back into WAG. We have RRQ Kazu going against them. 18 tier being hit by X4, but a response would be different. A bait for the pickup. 7 elimination already being done. And WAG has lost 1, but they managed to fly away from the clutches of the mastermind. Now, RRQ outside of blue. Let's see if they'll be able to gun them down once they step into the next phase of the circle. It is second, going in third, and in a bit, it's going to be Hurry.
Yeah, RRQ will also have to really start making those big moves. Make that launch pad, make that rotation. RRQ very far away from where the circle is. It's around Clock Tower area. RRQ becoming a catalyst to a pretty safe spot, honestly, with this rotation. Right in the edge of the circle where they might run into hot shot.
Let's see. So far, when we look at the circle, it is down south. They're not being used right now, and no information if they have spotted someone. Now, RQ though, I guess they are heading in onto this arsenal, and then later on, they might be stepping into the area of Movistar R7. But they need to be cautious. They need to be careful right now. And the good change that RQ has managed to pull off this time is they're not coming from the south, similar to or in comparison to what we've seen earlier. So this might give them a better chance of not being targeted by a lot of teams.
Heavy just showed up. They're trying to chase down X4, running downhill. Fortunately, not much cover to work with. X4 does have a chance, knocked down by an ability and finished off. Heavy finds the 3rd point this round. WAG continues to back off and away. Almost 11 minutes in, we are heading closer into that late game. And Heavy, they want to get as much points as possible. Fluxo continues to gatekeep this circle. They're willing to play outside just to make sure that AG doesn't come close to them. Confirming that, now it's going to be Fluxo's turn to start moving into the circle.
Now Fluxo right now. 10 elimination already, though we didn't see that much, but the moment that we saw them, they were slaying. Now, all they have to do right now is move with that circle and find an area to deal with or to nest in, and they might be able to increase that number. They jump in just in the south of Red Cliff, who's taking one compound, wherein this might not look good for the Bangladesh team.
Pops. Stuff. Easy shot onto him. Tester in hand. Unfortunately for Red Cliffs, can't get to survive. They have to show some resistance. But for Fluxo, actually, they turn their attention over to AG. He's going to be safe just for a little while. Not sure how long he can hold on to this because Fluxo are determined to take him out. Only a palm tree is what's keeping him alive and safe.
See if Chinui be able to get away from them, because the moment he steps out, that might mean the end of their reign. Now, there's still a few saving grace right here, like one player who is getting in onto the area of heavy. Dutz though managed to take down a Joker, and well, that's one down already. Games King outside, and Dutz, well, let's see if he can pop a nade that can eliminate the squad. He's setting up. And there goes Games King being targeted. Hacks right now, few HP, and Obey with an RGS brings him down.
RRQ will now try to finish off R7. 18 Deer does end up getting sniped by Games King. R7 don't want to make it any easier for them. But RRQ are the one that have the number. Games King will have to make magic happen. But against the full squad of RRQ, it is not doable, and R7 are out in ninth place. RRQ continues to run 11 elims and counting.
Yeah, well, let's see and how more they can add to that number for AG. They are out, and seems like for the remaining 6 teams, they are feeling the heat. Fluxo right now heading in to Heavy Allen. Down on the ground, Kabi unable to save him, and RRQ would be taking the lead right now, and they are smoking hot.
Mufasa is able to dip back into the shadows, but Fluxo gonna be pushing towards this exit point. And Heavy doesn't really have much place to run towards. They can avoid Fluxo for now, but then they'll have to face off against E1, who are and have just taken care of Hotshot. RRQ shows up to the building where Red Cliffs reside, and they're gonna try and flush Red Cliffs out slowly but surely. But I think Red Cliffs have the advantage of holding just because of where the circle is.
Let's see though if the circle can save them at this point. RQ, well, in spite of them going for the pickup and a top up, they're still in the blue. And Red Cliff might be able to gun them down the moment they jump off. But it is MT7 from the other side. Fluxo has this in the target. Maal trips over that blue, and everyone is faltering. Abay trying to recover into the corner, into the small corner of the compound, and above them is a full squad, if not 3 members of Red Cliff. But they are also feeling the heat. Dudes once again with an M79, but it's not over. Abay still has a chance to get in, but if those from the outside is targeting him, there might not be no saving RRQ to survive any longer.
Yeah, Abai, unfortunately, will have to deal with this. Maybe he can pick up an extra point on the way out. Vitin is the one that secures it. Abai, I don't think you can out-heal this. He's gonna take that. Launch pad, bit too late. RRQ out. Final 3 teams, E1, Fluxo, and Red Cliffs. Again, E1 and Fluxo both have already gotten a Booyah earlier on, but maybe E1 won't be able to make that 2-peat happen. As Fluxo are gunning them down, Red Cliffs couldn't make the difference here, and they are starting by working onto Vitin. Red Cliffs uncontested. Leon finds Butchers in. Fluxo now feels the heat, and Red Cliff are having a hell of a time free firing at these 2 squads.
And Rex right now jumping into the monster truck, keeping himself safe. And there goes Fluxo going for the elimination. And it is a 2-3. Unfortunately, Fluxo is Well, not a team that you don't want to mess with, and they grab the Booyah once again. This is Fluxo.
And another monstrous round from the Brazilian elite. Second Booyah of the day. Round 2 and 4 seems to be the case. Even numbers for Fluxo. Red Clips have a very good shot, but it was Captain Bob's that decided to pull the curtains on them. With 2 quick eliminations towards the very end, Fluxo cements themselves as one of the teams to watch out for heading into the grand finals. But for Red Cliffs, nothing to be disappointed about. That was as good as it could have gotten in the final circle when they were the team with the least members left alive.
Yeah, well, it's just unfortunate. For Red Cliff, you can see the tension. You can feel the disappointment of unable to get at least one elimination out of Fluxo, but you know how it is. Giants, it's a David and Goliath storyline that doesn't end up in a biblical sense because the Giants will still be standing tall. This is Fluxo with Butson, GUM7 bots, and Prox grabbing another Booyah, the second Booyah for today. And this last shot, this next bit might be hurting Red Cliff and Red Cliff fans even more because they have to relive this moment again.
It is something that maybe when you look at it from hindsight, it is disappointing. But I feel like, when they look back down on this, after the knockout stage, we realize that they've accomplished actually a lot more than what a lot of people expected, right? It was one of the few regions that people sort of underestimated. You don't really have too high of expectations from them, but we knew from the second week of knockout stage that they are bringing something to the table, albeit not competing for top 12 and not being able to stand up to occasion. But it's moments like these that really, cement the fact that they have some good theories and they have some very good ideas that they have executed. And if it wasn't Fluxo, if we put the fact that they were outnumbered by Fluxo at the very end, that could have been a Red Cliff Booyah, and I think that would have been a good moment. But either way, This is Fluxo's moment. It's the second Booyah of the night.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ideation was great for Red Cliff right there, but let's see on how much they have brought in as we look into the game standing. Fluxo definitely a 30 bomber in that game. 18 elimination, 12 on the placement. RRQ Kazu with 19. The same goes for E1 Sports. Looking down in 7. Well, it's more of the placement and not so much of elimination. But if they dealt with RRQ from bottom of that compound, then that might be an addition to that 10 points that they have. E1 Sports, WAG Heavy, and EVOS Divine is still in the fight. But unfortunately for Nova Legion, they are being left behind. The 10-point gap in this game would cement the lead for EVOS Divine for the moment.
Oh yeah. I was just about to bring that up too, right? Nova Legions are really starting to fall behind. They're lagging behind EVOS Divine. Pulling ahead with an extra 10 points on top of the gap that they already have. And you really have Fluxo to thank for that, stopping Nova Legions right after EVOS went out unintentionally. Current standings, it puts RRQ Kazu at the top with 69 points, followed by Fluxo with 66. WAG comes in 3rd, Movie Star R7 in 4th, Clear Vision, my goodness, in 5th.
Well, definitely Clear Vision showing up that they can bring themselves up. But unfortunately for them, it didn't trickle off for the next match after that Booyah. But it doesn't matter, they're showing a different side of them. But looking at how some of the teams are working their way, 79 points for RQ Kazu. That is huge already. If some of the teams dose in 11, 12, and 13, make that 11, 12, and 13 will be getting, they could have secured already. But there's a few thresholds that they need to go through. And for, like what I mentioned, E1, GOW, or E1, Heavy, EVOS, and Nova Legion needs to do a lot. But for E1, I guess after that game, they've already taken over GOW.
Yeah. And I want to take a look at the highlight because this game was pretty explosive, right? Not not just from Fluxo hunting down AGAL and eventually getting the Booyah and getting the 30 bomb, right? 18 eliminations and the Booyah, but also how EVOS got very active and they were sort of accomplishing what Nova Legion has been trying to do for the entire evening, and Nova Legion stuck to the game plan, but unfortunately got wiped out by Fluxo, because I felt like that exact moment when EVOS went down was when Nova Legion had a chance to pull ahead, and yet they weren't able to do so. So Fluxo, with just better execution towards the very end, found the Booyah, and I think now it really is crunch time. I think EVOS are slightly less worried about top 12 compared to Nova Legion, who is feeling the heat. I think they're 18 points behind EVOS right now.
Yeah, well, let's see. This is something that we can see right now for Fluxo, the skills that they have brought in. I don't think there's so much changes, but the last time that we saw them, Prox was not playing. So this is the first time we're seeing Prox, but earlier we also saw him using one of the OG Charge Buster. Now he's bringing back that Booyah into the game. So let's see on how this will work in terms of elimination per player, because it seems like the damage is bringing it on, and elimination, he has a lot of it. Wow, what a massive for everyone in this game.
Yeah, Captain Bobs continues to deliver. I think Fluxo right now are in form, right? I remember we had this like group study, and everyone was like rating Fluxo to be a top contender, and I'm like, I think they're like B grade at best, right? I'm not convinced that Fluxo is gonna, the playstyle is gonna work. And they've proven me wrong. Like, this is Fluxo back on form, and it makes me happy because now it really is on, right? I mean, the 3P is a possibility. Bobs again, the MVP of Game 4 with an A124 in his arsenal.
Well, A124, J Beeves, Alvaro, and Moko. And every time I look at Bobs, it's just a combination of different role in one. It's just one whole package. And let's not take away the confidence that he has in game and off game. This guy is something else, a full package that is bringing Fluxo to a different high, and I want to see more of what Bobs, the captain, as well as the entire squad can bring to the table when we get to the grand finals.
Exciting times ahead for sure. You're also one of the few players that is still rocking the J Beeps, right? It's full on, like he has a supportive loadout, but he plays as if he has an offensive loadout, and that's what I like about this guy, right? Yep. He's the full package. You want a Swiss Army knife, Bobs is your man. Let's take a look at the overall standings and where some of these teams stand and where the race to top 12 has evolved towards. GOW pushed down to 10th spot, dangerously close to Heavy, dangerously close to EVOS Divine, and even Nova Legion now has 2 rounds of opportunities to knock GOW out of contention.
Well, GOW getting close. E1 already passed that, so it was close. It was only 2 points that is needed. Now, for Heavy, 7 points needed for them to overtake GOW. And, bro, we still have 2 maps remaining. And as you can see in the numbers, it's easy for some of the teams to be able to catch up to, 7 and 14 points. Even Nova Legion is a 2 good game away to be able to do that. Hopefully what happened in the previous map doesn't happen again, because 32 points that Nova Legion needs is something achievable unless they're stopped by EVOS Divine again.
Oh boy. I mean, RQ Kazu could actually end up being the team number 1 by the end of this, right? I feel like we've seen this storyline before. Well, 2 more rounds to go. We still have Solara. We still have, I believe, Kalahari. No, actually, are we having Kalahari? We haven't, right? Kalahari and Solari coming up. Yep. So, going to the desert soon. And this RQ's playground, we saw them really shake it up yesterday. And it is a given. I think RQ is going to overtake BRU by the end of this. But I want to see how some of these teams, the aggressive ones, like, Clear Vision, Red Cliffs to a certain degree, Nova Legion, how are they going to play on Kalahari when you have lesser cover to work with?
Yeah, I mean, it's more of staying in the edge of circle, getting into more compound, but not to those more of the secluded compound. Because if you go into area wherein there's just houses after houses, despite of not that much to work with in Kalahari, then a lot of teams might be going in and tracking you as well. But it seems like with the current meta, with the current skills as well, it's very difficult to just stay and be silent, because there's the binoculars, there's the hit list, there's a lot of things that involve you being spotted by either a team next to you or a team trying to get to that specific area that you are guarding. So I still don't know. In Kalahari, another coin flipping map wherein things might change in a moment.
And the meta has definitely evolved in recent years to become not just a battle of mechanics, even though mechanics, I feel like it's sort of number one, but also it's a battle of intel, right? And a battle of surveillance. Whoever gets the most information gets to make the better, more informed decisions. And that's why teams that have good macro understanding have really been thriving, with the binoculars. And in battle, you have like Moko, Dreki, Iris, whether it's Battle Royale, Clash Squad. And on Kalahari, a map where we don't really have much cover to work with, having information is going to be the difference maker between winning or losing a fight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, information is key, especially in Battle Royale. That's one of the basics that we keep, like us casters, has been pointing out the other teams. You take the high ground, you gather information, but not literally, not to gun them down. You get the information as to where they were spotted, where are they heading, and then that's when you set those plans. A lot of teams has missed that basics of Battle Royale, but hopefully they are bringing it here because, again, the last day of knockout stage, everything that they learn, everything that they know, and everything that they will learn in this map, in this game, needs to be applied, especially for those trying to catch up in the points.
Heavy still in high spirits, and that's good to know because again they are most likely going to qualify for top 12, and it will be also quite a sweet feeling because I don't remember the last time Heavy was in a global finals. Probably never, right? Even on the international stage, it feels like a long time coming for their return, and they definitely have driven the new generation forward with this fall season performance up till now. WAG is definitely the oddball out. We've already kind of went through the trials and tribulations and the expectations people have had for them. But either way, I think Vietnam being able to show up slightly more than Indonesia in this global finals is going to set us up for a very, very exciting 2026.
Definitely, I mean, exciting. I'm also excited, other than to see who's going to win the global finals, excited to how the roadmap is going to look right here, because 2024 was awesome enough with EWC being introduced. 2025 has made a lot of changes into the games, into the tournament as well, and I'm looking forward to what else Garena has brought us into that next year. But I might be looking a little bit too ahead of myself because I'm just excited because at the moment Free Fire is life for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I love how I think predictions from years ago slowly came true, right? We were like, wow, we need more fights, and then Garena was like, yeah, we're gonna let them fight. Here's something that I think is very appropriate, right? Another meme for all the memesters out there. We talk about GOW wanting to get the grand final slot. We have EVOS catching up, and Heavy is also catching up. Again, Nova Legion has a chance to catch up too, so GOW are by no means safe from elimination.
I love that EVOS in the last part turns around and snarls at Heavy. They snarl at Heavy because they're distracting them and pulling GOW away. So let's see if that script, that meme, happens in their actual game. But I guess we're set right now. Everyone's prepared. Just making sure that everything is set before we jump into this next game. And again, for some of the teams who are not proficient in Kalahari, there might be a lot of trouble, but I'm like Evos is one of those. But let's head over to a little bit of statistics for Kabi from Team Heavy. 16 elimination, 20,470 on the damage, and 25 on the assist. A little bit low though in terms of ranking, but we know that when put together as a team, Heavy can bring a lot.
And their fighting style is very interesting to look at as well, because there is a lot of reliance on Kabi to get the groundwork laid out before anything else. And I think, you know, amongst all of the Vietnamese representatives that have been competing in the fall and the fall season and the global finals, Heavy is a team that has a lot more defined in terms of how they play, right? You can kind of see the difference in their play style in terms of approaching these fights. And that's what makes them dangerous, because Heavy are not afraid to go in deep when the general identity of Vietnam is to kind of pause midway. But Heavy, they don't pause, they just step on the gas.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing I'm loving for Heavy right now is how they are emulating some of the top dogs. Not sure if they're just emulating, copying, or whatever, but they're putting in their own flavor in this. And I'm loving it. The result from Southeast Asia Fall, plus how it's ending up right now, might change how Heavy would look into Grand Finals and moving forward. But, well, teams are dropping, and let's see where they land, as Heavy might be seeing some heavy contention on Nova Legion, who is eyeing to catch up.
Oh, that would be crushing if Heavy takes out Nova Legion here. I mean, RQ is nearby too. We saw Trix now getting subbed in. And early on, we talked about Nova Legion having players from 4 different nations. Trix is the sub, and now he is in with the roster, so we get to see the actual full 4 nation lineup from the side of NVL.
Now, surprisingly, this might be a tricks up their sleeves right now that they haven't pulled off just yet. But on the other side, we have RQ being gunned down by Heavy, and there you have it. Alan is down. The rest of the teams will try to push through, and Mufasa already damaged. Abay! Down. Drogon is making a comeback, but Dudes right now getting close in arm's length. A124 plus a Drogon in hand might be able to do it. No! The save from Kabi, and they're still in this fight. Now, the next contender would be Nova Legion.
Not really sure why they did that. I felt like Deuce didn't need to commit to it. Give us a free points over the Heavy. You can see that when Mufasa won that 1v2, Deuce was like, alright, I guess you want to get the job done, you have to do it yourself. And he ended up going down because there was a secondary member from Heavy from afar. PLS1 winning his sniping battle against Hasu. And things are not looking well for a Hotshot. Although for a Heavy, it's a complete opposite. Things are looking mighty fine for them.
I'm loving this fine show coming from Heavy. Now let's see if WAG would be able to add more to the points that they have. Leo being taken down with PLS1 on AC80 with that Riptide Rhythm being pulled as well. And Nas in the corner. Not spotted initially, but good thing Cyrus checks everything before they proceed. Action only remaining, but Leo has been revived. Now next to them would be AG Global. The only question is who's going against, bringing down who? Back to Heavy. Nova Legion. Kabi receives a little bit of damage though out of that lightning zone, but Alan and Mufasa to the rescue.
Let's see if Heavy's snowball, the freight train, is going to continue. Because this could be the final chance for Nova Legion to really have something to stay alive in contention. They have to make it count, and taking down Alan plus a knockdown to Mufasa is gonna keep Nova Legion's run alive.
Well, there goes Don't Cry, bringing back one of the players, and he exits the moment he gets that revive. Now Kabi is still in one corner, but if Sebas as well as Floki will be able to catch up to him. A headshot with an SKS onto Kabi. Instant knockdown. And they're still alive and kicking. Who's inserted a coin? Who is the challengers? Clear Vision and EOS Divine.
Oh, this is not looking good for Nova Legion. Because Evos have a clear shot of them. We see that Aim God has already eliminated Floki. This could be where the run ends. We did say the possibility of a storyline ending right then and there, and Evos, the one with the massive lead over Nova Legion, has just ended it with the help of Clear Vision. That is a bit of a heartbreaking moment. Now Evos gets to do whatever they want. The pressure has been lifted off their shoulders.
Exactly. Huge lead already by EVOS Divine, and all they can do right now is deal with Clear Vision, and they would be safe to in their position in the leaderboard. There goes Aim God for the takedown against Burbay. Eunice, as well as Zach, trying to hold the fourth, but will they be able to do so? Aim God on jump, and this is one good thing about Kalahari, those hook guns to move up and down, but Eunice receive a lot of damage, and the M590 shot, Zach being hit as well, and from behind, pulling that Steffi first before the glue wall might be the wrong decision, but it's not over for Clear Vision just yet. They still have one for it's in the team to be able to bring them back.
And Zach instantly comes back thanks to Sharin. Evos might continue the chase. There is R7 in front of them. Eunice actually getting shot down. And Hacks also a clear target. Aim God, with the help of Rasha, finds that knock. Evos is going to find 6 points off of that. And with Nova Legion not being a factor, Evos, I think they can just qualify. They have a good shot of qualifying into top 12 after this round ends, providing that they survive long enough to get some extra placement points on top of that.
Yeah, well, it seems that EVOS has managed to break through the top 12 already, if not very close to do so. Now, Aim God has Sharon as a target. You know how it is. Sharon is not Karen at this point. All he has to do right now is to defend himself, but Hacks also in the horizon. There goes the takedown. Aim God. But the team is not out yet. That was a full revive being done by Sharon. But on the other side, in Stone Ridge, Della will be dealing with Team Fluxo after getting that Booyah. I guess they're still on fire.
They definitely are. Which is in around the corner. They try to flush out Della from the top of the second floor. There's vending machine outside, and Della cannot reach it. Fluxo will make sure of that. Della, I guess, they're not getting taken down. And a knuckle sandwich gets put just in a quadra.
Well, quadra takedown. Your team's absolutely on fire. And that is what Fluxo is showing right now. 11 teams remaining, and 1 team's gone, and their flames has been snuffed out. Now let's see if EVOS going against Fluxo will result to another team being eliminated as they head into those gunshots. Bops might be first who goes down, but no, regroups with the rest of the team. Felt that. Also pulls out the time turner. Aim God for the chase with a valiant dash. And now Divide and Conquer. Butstein goes down from the AC-80 coming from Coach Hill. And Ray for the finisher onto Bobs. Fluxo seems like they are not looking like a giant from what we've seen them earlier. But it's a good thing that they managed to escape. One still alive for Fluxo that can bring out the full revival for the team.
And Fluxo will have to slow down just for a bit, unlike EVOS, who are continuing to speed up. 10 eliminations, finding procs in the process. That's 234 points, and we haven't even included placement points yet if EVOS survive longer. So as a matter of fact, I think EVOS have basically locked in top 12 alongside Heavy. Just given a bit more time. What a tough spot to be in for Nova Legion. They will need a Booyah round in the final map later on Solara to have a chance to remotely qualify.
Let's see though if they'll be able to do as you said. Now 11 teams, and seems like after all this engagement it has gone into a slowdown. But as I say that, RRQ spots Clear Vision, and well, I'm not just the bully in here. The moment a knockdown happened, that cryo mine is used to confirm that, and Sharon and Zach will be in here cornered. 18 Deer already one step closer, and there you have it. Only one remains. 4 clear vision, and there's not so much of HP to deal with, especially with Zach being chased by 18 Deer.
RQ should be able to clean this up for clear vision. Zach on the run. And a couple of hook guns for Abai should do the job. Zach only has 50% HP left. Abai on the chase. Zach trying to use the terrain to his advantage. He's gonna take RQ for a wild goose chase. It's E1 against Red Cliffs on battering out. E1 easily wins that out, and Zach finally put to the rest.
Well, there you have it. 9 teams remaining at this point. A lot of teams has faltered already. Now, WHE might be the next as well as E1's Sports. I say that Prox SKS takedown against the final player of WAG. Now, E1 right now, not quite sure where they are positioned, but it seems like he is receiving a lot of damage and he might be outside of the blue. But there you have it. A full squad. Almost a full squad has been revived as they stayed in Santa Catarina. Now, for Hotshots though, they're outside the blue, but trajectory-wise, they might be heading into Fluxo.
See R7, 6 Illims right now to the bounty on Joker. For almost 4 more minutes, E1 finding the full squad revive too. 8 teams remain, 10 minutes in. RQ Kazu still hasn't really made too much of a noise. Doesn't find the need to do so. I mean, again, sitting at 2nd place for now in the overall standings, and that's, again, not including the placement points. R7 also finds a lot of space at command post, which is a bit shocking. I thought more teams would be there at command post, but AGAL have just ran into the Kingdom, and they're here to divide and conquer.
And let's see if they'll be able to divide and conquer, as well as beat them down. And Dutz right now, again, 1 throw's length, arm throw, and he might be able to take down 2. Now 2 struggling and trying to survive, and there goes a valiant dash from 18 Deer. Or rather, the Tatsuya Revel Rush, and then a shot. Now, Saifa right now, trying to survive, heal up. Dutz, unaware of his position, but you know for a fact that he has that cryo might. He might be able to pull it or probably use a different skill. Everyone is in there available. Blue wall fortified with a blue UAV, and Saifa is still safe, but for how long?
Enough time to heal up. I'm not sure if he can pull up this clutch. 18 Deer first to go down. Saifa gonna try and isolate these fights, and Deuce gonna deny that with the Winchester. AGAL out in a spot. RRQ finding 11 eliminations, and AimGod now locks his eyes onto Anas in action. Riptide Raider from afar, rush out with the support, and it is immaculate. AimGod now dashes through with the Valiant Dash, tries to look for Action, and Action will have to fight this 1v1. They switch places. Good glue wall placement by Action. Rush out will confirm the elimination onto Anas. Kochu gets taken down, but the backup comes in from Ray. Evils with 14.
Well, they are feeling the heat. Only 6 teams left before we get to see another Booyah. This is game number 5 of the knockout stage for day number 3 of the 2nd week, the final day of the KO stage. But speaking of KO, seems like Evo's Divine will be KO in a bit. Rasia trying to survive. AimGod unable to do so. And once again, it is left to the Wonder Kid into the corner of this zone, and it will be closing in a bit. And RRQ has him on their crosshairs. But on the other side, it is a battle between R7 as well as Fluxo, and seems like they are getting close to each other. Fluxo is the ones who need to get closer to be able to get to the next phase.
I think Evos can finally breathe easier. The fact that they have basically guaranteed top 12. So they don't need the Booyah, because there won't be any tiebreakers that they need to break. R7 and Fluxo, another rematch. That's been the occurring theme for this knockout stage. Considering that they've been close contenders. R7 on the 2nd floor, Fluxo takes the bottom. But Circle has basically gone past the compound. When the blue closes in, depends on who leaves first. Heavy gonna leave the lobby pretty soon. with how RRQ has been winning this fight.
Oh! RRQ. Well, Bay has been knocked down, but still pickup is easily been done. And another ice grenade hit from NC7 up close and personal. He don't need the snipers to get those elimination. And there you have it. R7 almost being taken down. And Games King managed to survive. No confirmation just yet. Razia trying to prevent them from crossing over. Standing tall, a solo player surrounding Fluxo is something else, pushing them away from getting into next phase.
And Rasha continues to be a nuisance, this time sniping Bobs. But that is going to prompt the rest of Fluxo to pay a bit more attention to where he might be, because Rasha isn't going to be safe for long. Fluxo, though, will be preoccupied as Abai takes care of Rasha from the side. RRQ Kazu looking for their Booyah. All three teams have the full squad left, but RRQ Kazu are the uncontested ones, and they have control of the circle.
Well, there you have it, circle control. This is what they need. Proxto has been taken down in his Pow in there, who managed to... Vitzen for the execution. Matt High lost him for that knockdown, and there you have it, 18 Deer putting a lot of pressure onto E1 Sports. Only one remain, and the backstab is possible from 18 Deer, but it is not needed. Now RRQ grabs a Booyah without even moving away from the knockdown. E1 Sports and Indonesia put themselves in the board.
And RRQ, they did close out yesterday in round 5 and 6 with Booyahs. It seems like that is going to repeat itself. At least they've gotten the round 5 Booyah on their strongest map again. We did establish that right at the very beginning. And RRQ once more delivered with just pixel perfect rotation, just great understanding on when to take these fights. We hardly saw them on our screens, but they were secretly racking up points on the radar.
Well, definitely, it's just those stealthy moves that has bring a lot of teams in different high when it comes to getting points. But that Booyah from RRQ was something else. They didn't even see the full extent of what they have done before that final moment. But even that, like taking down Fluxo, eliminating the next contender, we didn't see that much. So hopefully the next bit will give us that information with RRQ Kazu stopping the reign of those grabbing the Booyah already. First off, it was E1 Sports, Fluxo, and then Clear Vision, and then back to Fluxo. Now it is Southeast Asia bringing the prestige back to their region. Now let's take a peek though on what happened on that final moment. We're still in there, Bobs was in there, and it's Abe who went in for the charge. Thus, Fluxo has fallen down.
Yeah, Wednesday at the start, we thought that maybe because yesterday was was a SDA day. Today the non-SDA teams wants to make a difference and take away all the Booyahs, but RRQ again sort of saved the show, right? Broke the pattern, and now it's really crunch time. We're gonna get ready for round 6 in just a little bit, but we still have to go through some statistics from round 5 and just to see where these teams stand, and especially how much would it take for Nova Legion to join top 12.
Well, let's see though. I mean, there's a lot of chasing that has been happening already from the beginning of the day up until this moment. But let's take a peek of the game standing on how each of the teams managed to put themselves on the board. Well, definitely with the Booyah, it is another record for RRQ being broken. If I'm not mistaken, this is the highest that we have in terms of total points per game. I might be mistaken, but an awesome game for RRQ. Definitely, that is their map. They are back to being kings of Kalahari. Evo's Divine follows suit with 21 points, 14 elimination, and then Fluxo getting that second place with Bobs trying to survive longer with 20 points. E1 Sports with 16, and we did mention that they are another team trying to go in for that chase against GOW. I guess they already pulled away from it and also probably gotten over some of the teams as well.
Yeah. Okay, this is moment of truth. Let's take a look at today's standing. How many points have they gotten? Evo's Divine, 70 points. I think they've broken the threshold for sure. Nova Legion, where are they? Sitting at 34 points. Man, that is gonna be rough.
Yeah.
More than double behind what Evo's Divine has amassed. So it's going to be an uphill battle. Nova Legion needs to play the game of their careers on Solara to qualify.
It's tough though. It is tough for Nova Legion. The only saving grace is GOW still there, going down slowly, and all they have to do is get as much point as possible, not being eliminated early, and they might be able to do it. But it just is left to later on. If we are shown the overall standings, then we will be seeing how much Nova Legion needs to get ahead of GOW. But before we go there, let's take a peek on highlight, a recap of what happened so far in that Kalahari map.
And important to take note that RRQ, we've said how much mastery they have on this map, but also I'm enjoying the fact that Evo's Divine never really let the earliest setbacks, put them down. They actually ended the game with 14 eliminations too, which has essentially kept them in the safe zone, right? They've gone above and beyond. And on top of that, even for Fuxo and E1, they continue to show up. Even though they didn't get the Booyah, they still were able to kind of deliver that pain. But we saw the frustration for Nova Legion. At the 11th hour, the second last round, they bombed out early. And now it's about their mental reset. If they let that round 5 break them, they are not going through. So we need to see if they can recover on Solara.
Yeah, definitely, I mean, recovery is needed for them. Pretty much with a lot of teams, especially if this map is involved. So all hopes to them right now. There's still a lot more that will be shown in terms of that map. Before we go there, let's head over to check out the skills of the team who grabbed the Booyah, RRQ. Not so much of changes other than instead of Doots being, was it Doots who was using that Nero earlier? It was Maal this time around. But it's also great potential to be used by a sniper, because the moment that you get that knockdown, similar to what we've seen and I've mentioned before, knockdown plus that cryo mine can mean a confirmation real quick without even getting close to that opponent. But in terms of numbers, well, it is quite putting them at bay, was a bay with that 9 elimination plus 3k in damage.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the MVP for this game. Of course, it's already listed on that stat screen is Abai, the young king of the kingdom himself, the rusher of RRQ with the Oscar. 9 eliminations this round, 3.2k damage and 5 assists, and bringing out the plasma of all weapons.
Well, the plasma gun, I mean, this is viable and on the loot, the ground loot, especially on the first drop. But I don't know for how long he used this, but probably for a long time, because if it is giving you that great fire rate plus a little bit more accuracy in the mid to long range, then he can bring that, and that's probably one reason why there's a huge damage in his name right now. But again, Kalahari is out. That is game number 5. We are looking into the next match, which is Solara. And looking at numbers, well, out of those in this group, other than RRQ, Luxo, Nova Legion comes 3rd in group in B and C when we jump into Solara.
Oh yeah. And again, final map of the day. No host bar. This is all for the marbles. And I can't wait to see if Nova Legion has what it takes to cross the finishing line, right? This is going to be the ultimate test. We've seen a lot of teams being put in this exact position where they have to go all out. We have to play the game of their careers. A lot have fell at the final lap, but if Nova Legends can push through, and that would be the greatest achievement, I think, in their careers. Solara coming up in map number 6, and today it has been an West affair until RRQ broke the chain.
Well, let's see though if that breaking the chain would continue on into the east side, because it seems like the West were, well, yeah, they're making a name for themselves. Even from the beginning of the show when we pointed out the East and West battle, there's a little bit of back and forth happening, and RRQ is just paying forward to how that storyline is going. But we're getting into the last game. The last day of this knockout stage, where everything is at stake, especially when we talk about Nova Legion. And let's also put emphasize on GOW, because they are very, very close in contention if Nova Legion is given a great game.
I bet they are, really watching this final round with bated breath. They put in all the hard work, and can you imagine being overtaken by 5-6 teams in a single day? The GOW can still keep their heads up. Same as Nova Legion, who definitely needs to keep their heads up, because right now it seems to be a case of mission impossible. They have 209 points. They need to secure more than 30 points in the last game of the knockout stage to make it to the grand finals. More than 30 points. Again, cutoff is 238. If they get 30 points, it will be 239 for them. So a 30 bomb is mandatory for Nova Legion.
Definitely. I mean, 30 points, and I just pointed out earlier that RRQ has one of the highest in one of the games from the earlier, highest points, or was it a Flexo? But RRQ did get 32 points, and it's not easy to get that kind of elimination, as well as getting the Booyah. If teams coming from regions just like this, top dogs joining the fray in the global finals, especially when everything is about to come to an end when it comes to the knockout stage. So all hopes for Nova Legion, all the prayers coming from the fans, I'm pretty sure. And the same goes for GOW. Not only is the team though, I'm guessing that we might not see Yunsu right now. I'm guessing that Yunsu is also praying very hard. I mean, trying her best to give the energy to GOW so that they will not be relegated.
Yeah. Again, it's a tense moment, right? I think it has definitely started sinking in for some of these teams that this is going to be their last run. Just give it your all and see what awaits. Want to go out with a bang and not a whimper. And that's kind of the spirit we saw yesterday from teams that have concluded their run, like Red Hawks, for example. Today, Red Cliffs and Clear Vision are doing that. Even Hotshot has given us some good rounds, even though they have been the punching back, but they still continue to show us why these continuous appearance on the global stage year after year has been doing for them, right? It's the experience, it's the improvement in their ability to play the game that continues to drive Pakistan as a region.
Well, we have Sivas right now. The stats is in the knockout stage, he has 34 elimination, 20,821 on the damage, as well as 51 assists. It seems a little bit higher compared to what we've seen earlier from Heavy, but there's still a lot more that we can count on when it comes to Sivas as well as Nova Legion. But we know the number, we know what they need to do, and hopefully they can show that right now. But for some of the teams who are, I think they feel that they are secured already, and one of those is Movistar R7. They have been a threat for some of the top dogs, especially when this knockout, when the global finals has started. I guess they can rest easy, but they can still put up a fight just to make sure that the others will be in trouble, that others will, I don't know, will have a hard time in catching up to the point.
It is also worth noting that, for a team like Heavy as well, like Alan, for example, has been quite a phenomenal show up ever since he joined Heavy, right? 31 eliminations, 37 in total individually on the overall leaderboard. Not too glorious with the assist numbers, but when you look at the damage that he's been dealing, he is fearless. Like Alan, on a good day, he is one of those rushers that does not respect you. He fights you. Doesn't care who you are, gets the job done, and that's why Alan and Kabi are such a delight to watch, and I think they sort of define the fighting style of Heavy.
Yeah, exactly. I guess with Alan in the lead in terms of game style, in tactics, that's what motivated T-Kui to really change his pace, how he moves this time around. And it is good. It is good that we're seeing that evolution of Heavy, and there's a lot more that might be happening at that point, but I'm getting excited. Too excited probably to get into the next game, but I have to wait, similar to the rest of us who are on YouTube right now, and big shout out to those watching. I know we're not chatting that much because there's a lot that's happening. This is the last game and we don't want to miss anything.
And it's going to be probably one of the longest wait, one of the most nerve-wracking waits for the teams, the players too. Especially, I think, for Reckless, maybe Hotshot, they have already reached the stage of acceptance, and yet they're still very entertaining to watch with the challenges that they pose to our veterans on stage. And speaking of veterans, Luxo is one of those few that has really been defying a lot of expectations. They have been, crushing the doubts and answering a lot of the questions posed by the general public coming into the global finals, especially MT7, right? When MT7 got picked up by the team, it was a flip of the switch. This guy was magical in his role as a sniper.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, MT7, though he is a sniper, but the role itself in-game was support, which surprised me. But you know how it is. Like, MT7 from a long range, most of the time when Fluxo is involved, you might be expecting that there's only three players going against an entire squad. MT7 is that ninja, that stealthy guy who can go for a long flank and still manage to get those shots on the snipe. So MT7, one of the best snipers when it comes to Free Fire all around the world. But let's see if this is the best game that everyone can bring as we are about to jump into the next game. Again, the newest map, the newest addition into our map pool right now. Solara is on.
All eyes on Nova Legion. 30 points is the bare minimum. And I mean that number has really defined a lot of the historical moments in competitive Free Fire. But 30 points made the difference. 30 points was what allowed BRU to win in Bangkok 2022. 40 points was what allowed Falcons to win EWC 2024. And carries a lot of weight throughout the competitive tenure of Free Fire. And then Nova Legion is tasked with that weight to replicate the success. They did start off with a couple of knockdowns. The WAG also goes in fast and hard onto Abai, hunting him down, doubling up Cyrus with a knockdown.
Yeah, well, the great knockdown already. 1 point for WAG, and one would follow if Doots will be caught off guard. But Nova Legion starting to rain already, taking down Heavy a little bit too early into this game, and this is the beginning of them catching up into the points. The only question is, will they be able to get another one as early as this? But for Doots, there's not so much that he can do. VSS couldn't be stopped by Captain Doots.
18 eliminations and a Booyah is the standard for that 30 bomb. Anything beyond that, you'll have to go more than 20 eliminations. Nova Legion, gotta keep note of that. They get out to a good start, but never overheat. Because that's when you start to think about winning, that's where you start losing. It's ironic as it sounds. X4 around the corner, finds Ma'al. Get a bit of a reload there. X4 able to duck back into the corner before Ma'al queues back up. Only has a back in hand. Retirement gets thrown out. PLS1 finishes what his teammates started. And that's 4 points for WAG.
Well, another point for WAG. And, well, that is a quadra takedown already for the team. And they're absolutely on fire at this point. And there's still a few more targets in the horizon. Forbidden It needs to deal with the two players as Leon would be dealing with the other half. But unfortunately for him, he doesn't survive. Bitten would be left in here with that Woodpecker, but Chinoy from the other side managed to take him down. And Dudo, man, will be taken out as well. Bitten 9 runs away. Chinoy backs away and heals up. But the lightning storm, the lightning zone is on them, and Bitten 9 being taken down by the cord from Sypha.
And with how fast the game is progressing, it's actually bad news for Nova Legion because that means lesser points on the map for them. We just see them run into Red Cliffs just now. Let's see if they can kind of stall it out for a couple more eliminations. Cyrus definitely running into a tree as Sypha plus Team SR will work together to take him down. T-Quay tries to drive away, but it takes a while to warm up the engines. And that will be a triple elimination for Sypha. 6 points for AGAL.
Well, the engines was too warm up that it blew up. And let's see now. AG Global already done the deed for on the other side. We have Movistar 7. Actions already in front, and there goes Games King for the rush. But also a rush being done by Action to get away in a 1v2 situation, being dealt with Action quite well. Now Games King is one of the players that he needs to work with, and there goes the 1v2 clutch. Even Della cannot do anything about it, and E1 Sports being taken out. And 4 elimination coming from Hot Shots, the last game, and they're popping off.
Actions completely outplaying R7. Dancing around the blue wall and the time turner that was dropped down earlier on. Really showing us that happy feat. But Red Cliffs, they're fighting back. And Nova Legions, they started the fight, they gotta end it. Hope, true to his name, gives Red Cliffs another shot at life. And Nova Legion are down to just the last man.
What the hell is happening right now? We have Red Cliff and Hot Shots. 2 teams at bottom of the, from what we see on the right-hand side, giving their all, eliminating some of the teams that we didn't expect can go down that easily. But this is what I keep saying, in most instances than not, if they can put this into their mindset from the beginning of the game, they might be able to get more points. But for RRQ right now, Dutch going solo, trying to pay back what happened earlier. And he's trying to survive. Amazing barrage of blue wall, making sure that he stays alive.
Those with nothing to lose are the most dangerous, and we are seeing it play out right in front of us. Leo ends up going down to Abai. And Action, again, needs to pull the weight. Ma'ao tags him, but not enough to bring him down. Action continues to freely put out the damage. Anna tries to backstack Ma'ao, but still ends up going down. Action is right on top of Ma'ao. Action gets the job done again. And he is a one-man army. Brings his teammates back, gets the confirmation, and now has to take on the remainers of RRQ. Action against Abai solo! Takes down Abai, but doesn't confirm the elimination. And RRQ lives to fight another day.
They pull away, but it's a great showing coming from Hot Shots. The action star, I would say, out of that game. But is it something that we will see the next time that they show up into the stage? RQ, though, didn't back off that easily. The moment that some of the players has been gunned down, they just went back and fought for their lives. And 4 elimination has been grabbed by the team, making sure that they are still in this game. 10 teams remaining at this point, and well, not a lot of engagement happening after that heated battle of RRQ and Hot Shots.
I dare say that even Red Cliffs is now part of that conversation. Nova Legion picked the fight with them early on, and it almost ended poorly, but we saw the full revive, so Nova Legion gets another shot. But because they had to go for the reset, all the momentum that they garnered early on was lost. And almost halfway through the game, Nova Legion not willing to back down, takes out Baum. 7 points, 23 more to go.
Let's see, Leon right now being chased, and this is the first time that I've seen Leon being chased. But Lopez XL will be taking him down. 8 points already. Slowly getting close to the target of 30. And well, it is Double AG who might be stopping them from adding more. There goes the flag. There goes the shots. putting WAG onto the corner. Steffi being popped off, and Tikui already onto the rush. But it's a good thing Nova Legion managed to back off, but Sebas in trouble. Let's see on the other side, Floki as well as Trix, and Trix goes down. Tikui goes down. It's now a 3v3, make that 3v2, and Nova Legion looking like that they are in trouble of being taken out.
Lopez able to get the knockdown, but now it's not to Floki. Those grenades are not making it easy. He's so uncomfortable. Floki exposed. WAG have shut them down. And Nova Legion meets the end in the knockout stage in the hands of WAG.
Oh, unfortunate for Nova Legion. They are in a roll, but unfortunately, they were stopped. Now, for Fluxo, they are dealing with RRQ. Good on the ground, and nowhere else to be seen are the rest of the team. But it's not over yet. They still have 3 more remaining, and a revive can easily be done. 9 teams remaining in this fight. Clear Vision, though, lost 2 of their players, but a revive is being done. And as you can see, Sharon's already dropping, but into the clutches of RRQ Maal. He is getting a little further, and 18D in the Bay as well is still dealing with Pro Bay. So I am pretty sure there's a lot of trouble that would be happening on that side of Windmill, because once that is over, they need to run across everything, and then there's where a lot more will be gatekeeping them.
Making it easy spray down onto Pro Bay. That's the 9th point for RRQ Kazu. And as the tension simmers down, there really isn't. There's no more race to 12. Right? We technically confirm our top 12 after the elimination of NVL. And ironically enough, it was WAG that bailed their Vietnamese comrades out of the elimination spot. So the rest of the team can play freely, but we still have a game to complete. And I'm excited for Redcliffe and Hotshot. They have been phenomenal. Redcliffe and Clear Vision too, they were the ones who start off strong early on, but then afterwards, Redcliffe and Hotshot really showed up. The chat was livid in the past few minutes when they saw how Action was alive. Like a different version of that player. Maybe Hotshot can get the Booyah at the end of this, and I wouldn't mind at all.
Most of the Hotshots fans are pointing out Action in there. One of the best player out of the team, and that is just like a showing to prove that is true. But for Evo Zifine right now, well, they need to deal with one of the best teams that we've seen the first week of the knockout stage, AG Global. Only one remains though at this point, and Saifa would be saying sayonara in this match. On to the 9th they go, but there's not so much to be worried about because 6th place right now in the overall standings is still good, and they get to the grand finals.
Fluxo now approaching Hotshot. This is exciting. Can Hotshot do it again? Take the grind reel. They have no idea that Fluxo is behind him. Clearly disciplined. Winchester out from Pops. Couple of shots. Doesn't connect. Hotshot gets to the cover for now. But I believe in front of them is Clear Vision. Hotshot definitely closer to the safe zone. UAV sent out to the east by Fluxo just in case someone else is camping on the east side of Archway. And that would be WAG.
Yeah. Well, most of the time, similar to what we've seen Fluxo, they're heading into the vending machine just to prevent anyone from going in the revive. And this is a smart move as well, especially if you're a team who needs points, or just to reduce the number of teams that you will be going against once it comes to the final circle. But I guess they might have spotted RRQ with a binocular and focused is on them. For RQ though, this will be trouble because 3rd going to 4th phase of the circle would definitely hurt, though they do have that slide rail, but their way is very close to Fluxo, so they might be going down as well. And well, unfortunate for them. Fortunate for them, there's not so much that they can do. If they can heal themselves up one by one, line up on the slide rail, they might be able to push through.
I was gonna take that trip right past Hotshot and Fluxo. The gunshot should be from Hotshot. While trying to case out that area, and RQ Kazu will have a fight in front of them. They are going for a 2-2 split, but the blue is not making it easy. Bops now onto Leo. We'll need some time for Hotshot to bring this back up. Hasu tries to play distraction, ends up getting knocked down by Butcherson and bleed out. So Hotshot now out in the open. with not much cover to work with, Fluxo easily backs away and let RQ potentially clean up the mess.
Yeah, I mean, Hotshot save RQ from Fluxo. Now, WAG right now, again, they are hungry for points. They're trying to catch up. And this is the version of WAG that we wanted to see from the early parts of the knockout stage. But better late than never. And if they can pull it off, that would be great. But it would be miraculous, though. Because I think there's a lot of points that they need. What? SBD shot onto Viden XP to finish him off.
Yeah, Viden XP falling asleep at the wheel. Quite a while to react to being shot from behind. But it's okay, E1 through to the grand finals. X4 caught in a rough spot in a tough place. Bob again with trusty launcher. Gets one MT7, follows up, and WAG should go down. They're throwing the plushie, the cryo mine, but Fluxo powers through, and Clear Vision helps them out. WAG eliminated in 7th.
Yeah, well, Clear Vision right now, disrupting the flow of energy from Fluxo. Thus, Fluxo backs away. Heading into the archway, going for a long flank, and probably backstabbing Redcliffe. So at this point in time, no one would be taking a slide rail because definitely they will be shown on the map. It would light up and they would be expected. But speaking of expected, the battle that happened from Riders Club up until now is still happening. It is RRQ going in hot shots and only 2 remains. Now, if RRQ can spot them, that might be something that they can change. But Liku, trip mine against RRQ. What is happening?
Bob took himself out with his own launcher, but still found 2 with a frag grenade. This guy is a master of explosives. He's gonna go down again. 18 Liku actually taking him down. As the EVOS now shows up on the feed, Fluxo making a kind of rotation over to Haas2, pushes in with the wipeout. There goes Hotshot, finally put down.
Well, 5 teams remaining at this point, but Redcliffe is still in the battle. Despite of being stuck in between Fluxo and Clear Vision, they are surviving. Master of survivability for Bangladesh is here. Fahim on the fight, but unfortunately, there goes the hit. And it seems like this might be it. Redcliffe will be eliminated. Only 4 teams remain. And who might be grabbing that Booyah Evo's Divine with 4-man strong going against the Giants, which is Fluxo. But Ray will be taken down. Buddhistin will be knocked down. And Proxy as well. Aim God right now going solo for the chase against MT7. Might be able to pull it off unless MT7 pulls off a miracle as well.
Can you do it, son? 1v3, MT7 is all in your hands. Brazil, rest on top of your shoulders. It's Rushdown on one side and Aim God on the other. They will make sure that Indonesia backs the win at the end. And EVO's Divine closes it out with a sweet, sweet ending to the knockout stage and securing themselves that top 12 spot and a Booyah to boot. No more doubts are allowed. EVOs have effectively shut everyone out.
Well, definitely this time they are burning a little bit too bright for everyone else. And you did mention about doubts being crushed. And now there's no more doubts for the EWC 25 champions to be able to get into the grand finals. The next goal would be to take another championship under their belt. But hell, it is all's well that ends well for some of the teams who managed to cross over in a bit. We're going to find that out. But for those who are left wanting, they will be disappointed.
We said at the start that it's pretty ironic that EVOS and Nova Legion shared the same column on the stage. If EVOS in front and Nova Legion right behind them. And as the dust settles, Nova Legion will just have to watch as EVO's Divine not only qualifies ahead of them, but also celebrating the final Booyah of the knockout stage. Bittersweet moment for Nova Legion, but it's all smiles for EVO's Divine as they punch the ticket into top 12 with a Booyah and to close it out for Indonesia. before we wrap up the knockout stage. The White Tigers are alive.
Yeah, they are alive, and they don't need divine intervention to prove that they can get into grand finals. But they did have a lot of fans out there worried. Even Conchita Caroline worried that they can get two Indonesian team into the grand finals. As we look into the Booyah, MC7 really fought hard, but if he wasn't alone, if that was a 1v2, MC7 might have pulled it off. But let's not take the prestige out away from the White Tigers. They have been doubted, and now they are back on.
There is something about EVOs, right? They always get the last laugh. They always get the last Booyah, the most important Booyah. That's what got them to win the WC, and now this is what kind of pushes them past that cutoff point into playoffs. EVOs continues to take everyone on a heart-wrenching ride, and then they come back and give us what we coveted. Indonesia is going to celebrate tonight. Both of their representatives are through to the playoffs.
Hell, I'm really excited to see how the numbers are, because I know we might have already a set expectation of who's going in onto grand finals, but on how much the others has made, as well as how much the others has missed. Heavy at the bottom almost got us worried, not getting any points at this point, and well, hopefully they had enough to keep themselves afloat. Now for EVO's Divine, 25 points already. Fluxo 22 points. RQ as Kazu. Pretty much the top three is the same story, the same top dogs. WAG, Hotshots Esports, Redcliffe. This is the surprise bit for this game. This is what we want to see them do from day one of every tournament that they join.
Yeah. And even for WAG, it took them so long to finally come alive, right? And only came out to the last day where, unfortunately, they're not going to be making it through. But I'm more curious in how many points did EVO's Divine amass today. Yesterday, they got 80. Today, theoretically, they needed, 65, I think, like a ballpark number. But I want to see how much have they exceeded. So let's check out today's standing in just a little bit, because in all its entirety, EVOs have once again exceeded expectations. 95 points above and beyond.
Well, it only happened with what? Third game towards the end. So 4 games that they really showed up. But RQ Kazu, the 120 points, 3 points away from the record run that Booyah United has set. And this is the caliber that we might expect in grand finals when RQ Kazu is involved. Fluxo, though, is 108 points. So they have, I believe, beaten the record as well from when they were top of our team of the day in day number 2 of the knockout stage.
Yeah. And even for Clear Vision, right, they were able to get 68 points at the end of this. Oh, what an impressive performance from our representatives, regardless of where they're from. But this is the moment of truth. This is where we see who are the top 12 teams that have qualified to the grand finals at the Indonesia Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, overall standings on your screens right now. And right there in first place, RQ Kazu, followed by Fluxo, BRU, Team Solid, Movistar R7, All Gamers Global, E1 Esports, P Esports, EVO's Divine, Team Falcons, Heavy, and GOW. They are your top 12 teams who will be playing at the Indonesia Arena.
Well, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Nova Legion, WAG, Clear Vision, Red Hawks, Redcliffe, and Hotshot Esports. Valiant effort for the team, but the effort is not enough to bring them to the top 12, and hoping and looking forward to them going in onto the next year's global finals. But as you called out the teams that would be that we will be seeing in the grand finals, congratulations to them, but the journey is not yet over. It's not even close to over, because the the barricade, the obstacle that they have to go through is even higher once we get into grand finals.
Yeah, the true battle begins next weekend. EVOS Divine, they almost stay true to the promise, right? Rasia said yesterday in the Room of Pressure interview that they are looking to get into top 8. They were 3 points short of tying out with PE Sports, but still they finished in 9th spot when they had such a tall mountain to climb. So EVOS Divine, they have definitely done more than enough. But I'd say this overall standing is really shaping up the grand finals to be a very competitive one, right? The Brazilian teams, for a two out of 3 representatives from Brazil are in top 5.
Yeah, well, definitely, this is something else. Brazil might be able to bring that prestige back, but let's not take away that we still have the top dogs from Thailand as well as Indonesia, and also some 3 representatives from Vietnam. But as we look into the highlights right now, a recap for what has happened, I am loving how this has ended up. In terms of the number of teams from the West, we have 4 teams who will be fighting into the grand finals against mostly those coming from the East. And it shows that still, it's not just Fluxo who can show up into the game. They were just the motivation of the West to bring something more to the table.
If in SDA, BRU is the gold standard, Fluxo is that gold standard in the West. And with the Champion Rush format, you know, like this Global Finals is the conclusion of like a full 1 year of us seeing how the Champion Rush format is going to affect the global stage. It gets even dicier, right? Consistency has never been more important because you could get all the Booyahs you want, but if it's not the one after Champion Rush gets unlocked, it really does not matter. That's how we had teams like Onyx Olympus winning Spring. That's how we had teams like Magna Esports winning the fall season qualifiers. It's all about the Champion Rush format. And I hope these teams are ready because anything can happen.
Yeah, talk about the Champion Rush format. For what EVOs have shown us right now, similar to that format. I mean, all I have to do, and they with the Booyah. All I have to do, and they Booyah despite of all the doubts. Anyone can do it as long as you reach that threshold, that Champion Rush condition. And it get like, even from the start of this day, we don't know who's going to go through. And going into Champion Rush, that surprise is unending until we get to that last game, to that last match. That is the only time that we will be able to declare and find out who is the winner, because anyone can flip the script anytime.
Yeah, I mean, again, the maximum of 10 rounds, we are still looking for, at least I am still hungry for a grand finals that is worthy of what we have seen at Esports World Cup 25, because I still think that it's one of the most unmatched grand finals, but who knows, right? Maybe the Indonesia arena and the crowd is going to help us break that record and make history once more.
We're going to go into Room of Pressure interview right now and hear what is about to sit right here by our host. So let's welcome either Conchita or Yunsul into our view right now, and we will be right back.
Thank you, casters. Survivors, we're back in a Room of Pressure for the long-awaited interview. And right here with us, we both have Ray and, of course, Aim God from EVOS Divine. Hi, guys. So, my first question is, I just cannot contain my happiness right now. How does it feel for you guys to finally secure a place at the Grand Finals and closing the final day of the knockout stage with a Booyah? Gimana rasanya akhirnya ngamanin posisi di Grand Final di hari terakhir knockout stage dan menutup malam juga dengan sebuah Booyah? Ini kayak akhir cerita yang sangat indah dalam perjalanan knockout stage kalian.
Seneng banget, yang pasti kayak gak nyangka aja juga gitu. Bisa.
Masa gak nyangka sih? Kan kalian juara dunia.
Karena ya jauh aja gitu.
Okay, so of course they're feeling very happy, but they also did not expect this because the points and everything, there were so many obstacles that they need to face in order to get here. So it was a very a sigh of relief for them. So yeah, it was pretty unexpected actually for all of the players.
I do really feel relief as well. Oh my god, because like imagine missing EVOS here in Jakarta is something so weird, right?
Yes,
So
for
anyway,
sure.
well, he even answered yes. Wow.
So weird.
So weird. All right, this doesn't look like the same EWC champion team that we saw before. So what's changed and how are you planning to fix it before the grand finals?
Oke, jadi katanya banyak yang menganggap EVOS pola permainan dan juga performa kalian berbeda dengan apa yang kalian tampilkan dalam EWC kemarin. Apa sih yang mengubah kalian dan bisa dibilang apa yang mungkin jadi PR sebelum kalian nanti akan tampil di grand final? Ray boleh gantian.
Mungkin kita sadarin diri sendiri aja sih. Kalau kita tuh sebenarnya tuh main nggak perlu takut-takut.
Oke.
Kemarin kita main kebanyakan takut, ragu mau perang sama musuh juga ragu. Kita semua kemarin eval buat sadarin kalau kita tuh kuat loh sebenarnya gitu.
Oke, jadi ternyata ada rasa ragu dan ada rasa takut juga di awal ya. So, this is another unexpected thing coming from the world champion themselves. They said that they were facing a lot of doubts in the beginning of the competition. They were doubting themselves a lot, and now they are realizing that they are strong and they are capable of facing the other team. And yeah, they finally found the voice that were lacking in the beginning of the competition.
Oh, impressive. I mean, like, we cannot doubt anyone except ourselves.
Yeah.
So that it's like a comeback to them. All right, so I would like to go into our last questions here as well. So, playing in front of the homegirl fans at the Indonesia Arena, do you think that you will motivate you more or it might backfire yourself?
Nah, ini pertanyaan pamungkasnya nih. Tampil di hadapan pendukung sendiri di Indonesia Arena, apakah ini sesuatu yang akan memotivasi kalian untuk tampil lebih ekstra lagi, lebih keras lagi, atau justru bisa jadi sebuah beban yang merugikan?
Kalau buat aku sih harusnya jadi lebih tampil maksimal aja karena kan ditonton keluarga, apalagi ditonton EVOS fans. Kita harusnya kan lebih maksimal.
Oke, Imkat mau nambahin?
Betul, sama Kak udah Kak.
Sama aja.
Pasti berapi-api.
Okay, so of course it'll be something that motivate them even more to do extra better and extra good because playing in front of their families, friends and fans are something that they really want to do great. So yeah, they're really looking forward to perform in the grand final.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and congratulations once again. You guys just made my day. But now let's go back to the caster. Take it away, casters.
And there you have it. We have RQ Duts as our best predator for today. 23 elimination, 13,140 on the damage, followed by Abey with 23 elimination, Tikui with 21, Wonderkid Rasia from Eva's Divine with 19, and Budusin from Fluxo as well with 19. And I'm really loving the energy right now, the mix up on those who are bringing their A game in individual gameplay, individual prowess when it comes to elimination. But I'm seeing, like, I'm getting excited every time I see Duts on our POV. He runs in too close, and I just don't know if he's going to just shoot or throw lob a grenade, pull an M79, and that's where Duts brings excitement into the game.
He makes you uncomfortable, right? He makes you and the enemies and maybe his teammates uncomfortable with his playstyle, but that's what makes him such a pleasure to watch. I mean, the only reason he is the Predator is because he does slightly more damage than Abai overall. Let's take a look at the team of the day as well, because they have definitely crushed Douse and Burn Bright.
Yeah, definitely it is RRQ Kazu. Team of the day, Abey, Maal, 18 tier, Dudes, and Ekal, 120 in the points, 1 Booyah, 75 elimination, and 43,741 on the damage. This team didn't back off despite of being in a comfortable spot and getting into the grand finals. And this is the energy that we want to see, especially once we get into the grand finals weekend. But before we go anywhere else, we are also going to see who has brought and led the team to this prestige of being a team of the day, because we are going to see as well who will be our MVP. Husky, do you have any guess? Because I think it is the best Predator that we've seen. It is Dudes, definitely.
dudes with the Winchester and the A124 fully support-based lineup, tactical market in hand too. So, dudes again, when you want someone that clutches, he's the guy, right? I have a feeling that our great content team, they're gonna have the highlight of Dudes' triple knockdown nade or something against R7 that we witnessed earlier on in the day. This guy has been a conductor of chaos, and RRQ definitely has been put on the shoulders of the right man.
Yeah, and one of the players as well who has been pulling out the Luna, the passive skill, which is a fight or flight that increases the fire rate by 8%. And you would need that. If you can increase the fire rate of any weapon, whether it's an SMG, whether it's a marksman, from a long distance, you've seen how well he can use an AC-80 apart from Winchester. This guy would be shredding. But again, A124 for A-class game and Winchester for a win for Dudes as an MVP for the day. But let's head over to the interview for the team of the day, bringing it over back to the stage.
Back with us on stage, and these are our team of the day, RRQ Kazu! Congratulations, guys. We have Deer and Abai here. Let's have a bit of a discussion, shall we? So first of all, I'm very proud of you guys. RRQ ended the knockout stage very strongly, being team of the day and number 1 overall with 379 points. Now the question is, do you think this momentum will carry on to the grand finals? Kalian kan keren banget nih, hari ini tampil sangat-sangat kuat. Jadi peringkat 1 di overall standing 379 poin, ditambah juga kalian menjadi team of the day hari ini. Apakah momentum yang sama bisa kalian pertahankan sampai ke grand final nanti?
Ya semoga dimudahkan lah kalau di grand final.
Hopefully they can maintain this consistency up to the grand final. They're looking forward to the grand final. Okay, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Short words, but I think every meaning is in there already.
Yep.
All right, so I would like to ask Deer, since subbing in for Ikal yesterday, you have been on fire and seem to have lifted RRQ's performance. Okay, so was this always the plan to bring you in this late? Would you say you are the team's secret weapon?
Nah, kamu kan kemarin akhirnya tampil menggantikan Ikal dan ternyata kamu on fire banget, sangat meletup-letup gitu ya. Apakah memang ini sudah rencana sedari awal memasukkan kamu sebagai senjata rahasia RRQ Kazu di detik-detik akhir dan menjadi super sub, atau seperti apa kisah di balik itu?
Ya sebenarnya sih harusnya jangan keluarin dulu ya di minggu kedua kemarin, di day kedua kemarin kan, biar di grand final aja. Tapi Coach Adi membutuhkan gua, ya gua turun lah.
Oh, so he is the secret weapon for RRQ Kazu. But the plan is actually just to play him on the grand final. But a slight change of plan, he might need to come earlier, and he did, and he performed the best for the team. And there you have it, RRQ Kazu as the number 1 on overall standings.
Lovely.
Okay, shall I move on to the next question? Yeah. Okay, so both RRQ and EVOS have made it to the grand finals. How excited are you to see the fact that we have both Indonesian team in the final and will be performing in front of our home nation? Gimana rasanya ngelihat EVOS dan juga RRQ dua-duanya sukses masuk ke grand final dan tentunya akan tampil di hadapan pendukung sendiri mewakili tanah air kita Indonesia? Are you excited? Are you nervous?
Ya senang lah, soalnya kan cuma 2 tim Indo doang kan yang ada di Global Final. Apalagi sesama tim Indo, dua-duanya sama-sama lolos.
Very happy, and they really wanted to support each other as much as they can because there's only 2 Indonesian team at the Global Finals. So this is something they really don't want to disappoint.
Sweet. But tricky, right? Only 2.
I know.
But I think in this hometown of themselves, everything is going to be fine. So, last questions to us. All right, you have played on big stages before, but this time it is home ground. Be completely honest. So do you think that the crowd will get to you somehow? Or however they will motivate you.
Jadi kan sebenarnya ini bukan panggung besar pertama ya buat kalian, tapi pastinya tampil di hadapan pendukung sendiri akan memberikan tekanan yang berbeda. Kalau menurut kalian, fakta bahwa sekarang Global Finals dihadirkan di Jakarta, kalian main di hadapan fans sendiri, itu jadi sesuatu yang memotivasi atau justru bikin kalian makin nervous?
Ya kalau ditonton nama Kingdom sih pastinya bakal lebih lebih semangat lah sama apalagi kan ditonton orang tua kan nantinya. Ya kita bakal memberikan hasil yang terbaik lah sama ngeluarin apa yang kita udah persiapkan di jauh-jauh hari.
Okay. So of course, playing in front of their supporters, Kingdom, as well as their families and parents will be something that motivate them even more. And of course, they've prepared for the grand final. They have more secret weapons, if I may say, that they are ready to show in the grand final. So let's just see how RRQ Kazu will perform on D-Day.
Hearing RQ's answer makes me feel so excited and also prepare for the grand finals. So overall, again, congratulations to RQ. I mean, like, oh my God, they're playing so good today that I don't even know what to say.
right?
Our team of the day. Thank you, Conchita, for the translation. And this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much. Let's head back to the casters and good night.
Thank you very much, Conchita, as well as Yunsul, and congratulations once again to RQ for being the team of the day. And well, this is where everything has ended, and a lot of disappointment, a lot of turnaround that we've seen for today, but we were led on up until past halfway through up to today, and I'm loving the drama, Husky.
Yeah, 100%. I thought being led on, from dating apps, it feels bad, but this one feels a lot worse. But the payoff was worth the wait. It was worth all the drama. So the top 12 teams, they definitely deserved it. Again, it's the nature of competition. They are going to be winners, they're going to be losers, and I hope those that didn't make it, don't feel too down. They're going to feel sad, but know that they have done something for themselves on this world stage. Let's check out the top 12 teams who have qualified to the Indonesia Arena for Battle Royale next weekend. One last time for those who might have missed out early on our overall leaderboard. Here are your final 12. RRQ Kazu, Fluxo, Buriram United Esports, Team Solid, Movistar R7, AG Global, E1 Esports, P Esports, Evos Divine, Team Falcons, Heavy, and God of Wolf.
And there you have it, the final 12 teams that we are going to see into the grand finals of Battle Royale. The Free Fire World Series Global Finals knockout stage is over. And I'm really excited to see how it's going to be on the stage. Even from the interview earlier, RQ did mention that it will be different once we get into Indonesia Arena. And I am loving that we will be able to experience that as well, Husky.
I'm so excited. I cannot contain my excitement. It's been a long time coming. We finally get to go to the main event itself. You know what I mean? The last time was 2022 Bangkok, and afterwards we have been crowning champions online, but now we are going to be back on site and in the presence of the Kingdom, in the presence of the White Tigers. I cannot imagine how explosive, how electric the crowd is going to be, but there's even more pressure on the Indonesian teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
If there's one team to bring that trophy back to Southeast Asia, it better be one of the two Indonesian reps.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, pressure for two, but happiness for now. So they can cherish the joy of them qualifying, and the pressure can be relieved later on, or they might not be pressured. So let's see if there's something that they can pull off right now. But not only that, other regions are aiming for the crown, especially for the defending champions, which is Fluxo. So the only question is, will they be able to take it away from Indonesia, or can they give it away to whoever is best?
If they can make that three-peat happen, it would be historical for competitive Free Fire and Brazil as a region. But that's it for the knockout stage. It's me, Husky, alongside Neptune. Shout out to Gideon, AJ, and also Dana Lee. We will see you guys next weekend at the Indonesia Arena at the Global Finals playoffs. Good night.
To the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants. I Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush styles, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throwing their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it. Got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'ma count those. Made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. The shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush styles, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throwing their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no